In the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold, hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold, daily bands rapping, stories untold. Flying with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red flashing voices loud, future kings spinning on their cloud. Flying with a rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Treading ascending, mind on fire, never ending, trees of gold.
All right, guys, what's up? Sorry about that. No more fancy opening here. Hold on. Okay. That's a little wonky. What's up? What's up, y'all? Okay, I was just on a TV show this morning with the My Fun and Futures gang, and they gave me the link like literally half an hour ago. Here's the link, join in. I'm like, and somehow I got to configure my computer and everything for it. I don't know. And then I try to turn it on and then try to get it going, and all of a sudden it goes, shoot. That's funny. Anyways, trying to get that all set up, and for some reason it wasn't working. So yeah. All right, guys, what's up? Good morning. All right, let's take a look at what's going on in the market today. We'll have to worry about that later. It would have been nice if they sent me the link yesterday. I could actually fool around with it, but for me, it's a little different because I got to set up multi-stream, and I might have to get a second camera feed going on. You have to figure something out. I could do the virtual. I'll think about it. I got to think. All right. Howdy, y'all. Guess what? Hit 100K with TradeFi. Okay, spectacular. Now I gotta go to 150. That's the next goal. Get paid out with at least 80K of it. That way I can get pushed to live. All right, y'all. Ready to get going. Market's opening nice and flat, nice and chill. I like what I see. Turn the mic down. What? Is it clipping again? Good morning, everybody. Roll call today. Everybody, y'all are here. Welcome. Let me shout your names down just a second. Listen to my other stream here. Hello, hello, testing. Oh, it's clipping again. Why is it? Check. Noise gate default settings turned on. There we go. That's better. Check, 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 check. Okay, good. Thank you, Simon, for letting me know. What's up, guys? Good morning. Simon D, Frank Underwood, 2Gun. HRH, Mike Houston, Mad Yoda, Victor, Simon, Lucas, Ricky, Dominic, Tire Strike. JTR, Morris Dean, Jason, Michael, Jonathan, Lynn and Pat Hydra, Miguel, Kiter, Lee, Little Blue, Pat, Yeehaw, and Trader Nix, Aaron, Maddie, Jim, James, Tom, Geraldo, Franco, and the rest of you. The list is long. I'll be reading names for an hour. Love y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry it took a little bit. Trying to get set up so I can multi-stream and set my camera up here and set my camera up in my funded to be on the show this morning. I had to tell them I can't do it. Something's going on with the browser not wanting the camera's tied up by here, which makes sense. But I've been able to do it before, and I got to figure out how to send my camera feed to two places at once. And there's a way to do it. iDoc, you're a Twitch streamer. You're gonna help me out with this later. I have to hop on their show tomorrow, I guess. I told them I'll jump on tomorrow. They're really cool about it. I was like, I can't figure out what's going on, guys. And then today, I can't log into my CQG, so I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, CQG is disabled for some reason. You retired? Oh, you did not retire. Don't even lie to us. Retire. I hear you streaming in there sometimes. You have too good of a community to retire. Talk to the real brains of the operation. Exactly. Exactly. She's the super brains of this. All right. Futures overnight dynamic. Let me go ahead and put those on my. Here's what I'm trying to be a little creative today. Because I don't have my. I don't know why. I have to call the app or something. See what's going on. Market move yesterday. Yesterday was so kind, so awesome. It was such a textbook day for us. Took a few losses right at the start of the day, but I crushed it at the end of the day. Taking those long trades. I was long all morning, trying to go long. First couple of attempts didn't work out. Second couple of attempts, smoked it. Music sounds a little loud. Hold on. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, see how it sounds now. Hold on. You have to cut out, believe the stream on. Thank you, Steve. Steve, did you get your my message I sent you yesterday about the winning? I'm about to create a better system of getting people y'all's victory accounts from the drawings faster. I had 2 people try to scam me, and this is why I was delaying the last 2 or 3 days. 2 of you people tried to scam me. Maybe one of you, being 2 people, tried to scam me. You don't believe it? You don't believe it? Somebody jump in and message me, hey, I'm Thomas Johnson. I won from the stream. Send me a picture of the name and everything. I'm like, oh, no, welcome. And then I get through my 40 messages. I get to another one that goes, hey, I'm Thomas Johnson from the stream. I'm like, wait, what? I already gave. So then I gave the account to someone. And anyways, it happened to me twice. I get scammed twice. Am I with the same person? Finally caught on to it when I was doubling up the accounts, and I was like, oh. So even you guys are, I'm telling you, Wall Street's a dirty place. Even you guys are scamming the contests. You gotta be careful. It's super brilliant and caught me off guard. It only happened that one time. It's never gonna happen again, but he won twice. Brilliant, right? So anyways, I figured out what they did. I'm not gonna tell you what they did, but I figured out how I can tell, and I'm gonna have a new protocol going forward. If you win the YouTube drawing, you must go to your own YouTube account, and from inside the account, on the account page, just take a picture of your account, like imagine from your perspective and point of view. Like you go to my YouTube channel or whatever, and then just take a screenshot of that and send that to me in Discord. I gotta make sure it's you, because I told the guy, I was like, I figured out, I was like, no, it's not you, it's the other guy. No, it's me. And then I was like, he's like, I'm Thomas Johnson from the stream. What's the email? Babluka at yahoo.com. And I'm just like, it doesn't sound like a Thomas Johnson to me. But also I noticed that, somebody created a fresh Discord that day of that account messaging and blowing up our chat too. Like, where's Matt? Why is he not giving the accounts? Blah, blah, blah. Those 2 people were scammers, you guys. The ones in our chat. It's kind of funny. Anywho's, you take a screenshot going forward of the inside of your YouTube. That way I know it's you. So, you're a prince from Nigeria, yeah. That was really funny. Yeah, so I got hawked for 2 of the accounts. So somebody out there hopefully become a funded trader. Good luck to them. That's pretty clever. I didn't think somebody would have it in them, but it went as far as it being the same person, creating 2 different Discord accounts. So when I said, can you leave a comment on my stream so that I know it's you? You have 1 minute to do it. And 5 minutes later, they left a comment from Thomas Johnson. But when I looked it up, it was the name was just, display name was changed. So it's like they went out and grabbed a fake YouTube account really quick. I was like, But I contacted the powers that be, and their accounts will be disabled if they try to use that code. So they didn't win anything. That's what happened. Would you recommend 100 or 150K Tradeify account? It's up to you. There's really not much of a difference other than, you get a little bit more leeway. They're all practically the same when you go for size-wise. What you're trying to look for is dollar per drawdown at the ratio. So every dollar you pay gives you a certain amount of drawdown to work with. And so just see which one gives you the best dollar to drawdown ratio. Sometimes it's not better to go the bigger account. Sometimes it is. In the case of Tradeify, I go for the bigger account just because they're roughly the same. No major difference though in the rules. Everything else is the same. All right. So for whatever reason, I can't log into my CQG today. And so I'm going to figure out why that is. But in the meantime, we're going to by proxy set up the liquidity maps to do this. And we're going to do our yellow lines here. 19,793. Come on, baby. Okay. Okay, that's good. And so we are about right here. S&P is going to be 55.93. We'll talk about why we rallied yesterday. I'll tell you guys everything about it. Didn't we say all morning? People trying to short at the bottom, and I was just like, hate when people do that kind of stuff. I gave a whole speech all morning. Like, you know, if you see the move, the market's crashing, you're like, ooh, I want to get in. Somebody's like, I kind of want to get in on this. If like I'm missing out, I'm like, dude, so I was like, I remember my first year of trading too. Everything was like, oh my God, I can make millions of dollars at this trade. You know, I just hit my 100K profit with Tradeify. I've had 0 days where I've blown up all the accounts, busted a couple of them along the way. That's it. 75% win rate. It only took me like 2 months to milk a prop firm with one, you know, very hard rules. They're all hard rules, you know, for 100K. And then I'm about to milk them for another 50. And so how, right? Like, how did I do it, or what did I do? It's different. And most of the thing I do is if the market is collapsing out and irrational to the downside, as we talk about, the one thing I don't do is say, let me get in on it. I have this no shorting below those DD bands rule for a reason. I even brought the cheat sheet up in the morning to talk about it. But yet there's always somebody that feels the opportunity of, let me, you know, should I put the word no shorting there, and it's somebody from the boot camp as well. And I'm like, wouldn't it be okay if I took a short off of MHP? Just asking technical reasons. I can't tell people what to do or not do. But the no shorting rule is literally no shorting for a reason. It literally says no shorting. This is an instructional handout we give out the boot camp. When you have broken this far down, structure is broken on the market. Don't short down, even if you think the market's going to crash. Learn to sit out. That's how you have a high win rate. You learn to sit out when markets are extra volatile, extra crashy, extra crispy. Okay? Maybe you want some fried chicken. Extra crashy, just leave it. Like, let it be. And wait, because you want to see if the market does repair itself. The market always wants to be bullish until days we press it lower to force it into a sell-off. Other than that, left on its own, the market's going to float up little by little every day. That's how markets work. Inflation presses stocks higher too. And so in that mode, when the market is crashing out, millions of dollars aren't made chasing a short. Millions of dollars are made waiting to see if the market does repair itself. And once we righted ourselves up to the bull side, I took the longs. On the stream, you guys saw me take one little trade. I said, I'm going to lose 1,000 if I'm wrong. Took a stab at the long, I was wrong. Took a second stab at the long, I was wrong. Took a third stab at the long, made $9,000 by the end of the day. Something like that. KFC or Popeyes? It's hard to say, man. I like them both. But as time went by, Popeyes is clearly the winner. KFC, I don't know what's going on over there, but as the years went by, their food just starts to taste like worse and worse and worse. You know, I found out they didn't use their 11 herbs and spices. They haven't done it for like a million years. It's only just like salt and pepper. That's why chicken is like bland and greasy. Yeah. Popeye is just so good, man. Got some good flavor. I mean, I'm a Southern, I'm a Cajun, so like, you know, I got that flavor for that cayenne. You know what I'm saying, baby? Give me some of that cayenne pepper. Ooh. Let's go. So I gotta have me some spicy stuff. Give me any of that Cajun, give me any of that Creole, anything. Good stuff. So Popeyes is a clear winner these days. All right, anyways, below DD band, no shorting. Market's just irrational, and let the market be irrational, and then figure out from there what your next step is. Just waiting and waiting and waiting. Then finally the market manifests itself into a bullish state, and then we ran up. Why would the market, and I told myself logically, why would the market sell off on bad GDP? So it's like, well, the GDP is bad. And that's why I was like, so why do you think, I just quizzing people, like, why do you think it's going to sell off? Well, the GDP came in negative. Isn't that a recession? And I go, do you not understand we've corrected over 10% in this market already? We've already priced in the bad GDP. That's why the market is here, you know, at 5,500 S&P instead of 6,000 S&P. Does everyone understand that? Okay. Market's always going to price something in. That's what the tariffs were. Bad GDP affecting the economy, be affecting, you know, sales and all that stuff, affecting spending. That's what's priced in right now. That's why the market has been selling off for the last 4 months. It doesn't mean that when you confirm that news, finally it's realized that people are going to continue to crash the market. It came in low as expected. It came in bad as expected. And what does the market do on expected news? People finally take their profits. Yesterday wasn't time to short. Yesterday, if you shorted, you're a numbskull. You know when the time to short on yesterday's bad GDP? December. When Trump was about to take office and he said, I'm going to put tariffs on everybody. He said, fuck you, China. I'm coming for you, baby. And then you go, we might have a bad GDP next quarter or two once those tariffs come into play. Let me short the market now on December the 15th at the top when it's 6,000. And then that's when you short the bad GDP before the bad GDP comes out. This is the whole reason the markets do what they do. They price in ahead of time. And I told people, what do you think next GDP is going to be like? And people were scratching their head. Let me ask you on the stream, what do you think the next GDP is going to be like? Let's teach you to think ahead. You can actually right now predict what the next GDP is going to be like. Compare it to today. Compare it to today. I can predict the next GDP like a heartbeat this quickly. You guys tell me. How's the next GDP going to be? Better or worse than yesterday's? Positive, better. 69% actually. Better, why? Why is it going to be better? How do you even know that? How do you guys even know that? Much better. Tell me the easiest way to know that. I would say it's going to be better, but why? It's priced in, less imports. Well, the market traded up yesterday. That's how I know it's going to be better. If it was going to be worse, the market would be trading down. Market's trading up. So all future conditions are expected to be better, as Wall Street is always pricing in the future. Wall Street is telling you right now it's going to be better. Why? Because we rallied yesterday instead of selling off. So the minute it rallied, your brain should say, oh my God, the next GDP is going to be better than this one a month from now. You have to start thinking like that. If it was going to be worse, the market would continue to sell, but it didn't. You guys get it? So you have to start thinking like this. The market is telling you what everyone's belief is. If the market's rallying, people believe conditions in general are going to get better. So it's likely not going to be worse than what it is today. And tariffs would have to come in a lot more worse than today. And companies would have to be able to respond as better as they would for today. Yesterday, Meta and Microsoft had earnings, and both of those were blowout earnings way through the roof. We had Apple and Amazon today in the same boat. A little bit different because Apple and Amazon are going to be more directly affected by tariffs as their tangible products assembled and or shipped from other countries, right? So not as much as Meta and Microsoft will be impacted by the tariffs, but today's a kind of a trying day to see how that works out. Now, if Apple and Amazon come out, blow out as well, and market continues to go, that's fine. But basically they're telling you the big tech giants are actually oblivious, at least the two yesterday. Tariffs didn't touch them at all. They figured it out. And even with an enormous amount of AI spending, these companies were still doing okay, which is questionable, as if companies are spending a lot of their money on AI with no return, and still they managed to post earnings. So they were very good. So today's going to be one of the questionable days. Like, what happens with Apple and Amazon? Will they be affected? You know, what's going on there? We'll see. So yeah, people, and Core Chamber's right. People always act like the bottom is zero, which is true. And the market is, you know, operating on like a logarithmic sort of scale. The bottom is, you know, never zero. It's just relative to the previous, you know, downside move. The bottom will never be zero. The bottom will always be, you know, 40, 50% of the top, something like that, around there. All right, so we're going to have to work on strictly SPY and QQQ. I think I know what's going on with my CQG account, but I have to talk to them about my log. It won't let me log in for some reason, so I can't look at my futures today. We're going to have to go strictly on 67, hold on, 45, 85, 3.5 from here. So 63.5 is going to be upper DD band. Okay. We're going to go strictly off of maps today. Greater market's likely to be bullish, i.e. we rallied yesterday. DD is going to be greater than half. S&P is going to be above MHP. And monthly map's going to look pretty solid. So I wouldn't be worried about anything today. But we might be selling off just a little bit to give it some room to move for Apple and Amazon. Yeah, I'm trading the NASDAQ today. 100%. Okay. We have a BSD, which is bullish above hedge pressure. I'll take a long if we breach through that. And then, of course, NASDAQ is right here at hedge pressure as well. I'll take a long off of this. I do like it. We're very close to upper DD band, so just be careful today, guys. So no man's land down in here. But if we do breach this, I'll take a long. Resiliences are great, so half gap is going to be good support. NASDAQ is going to be likely a bounce of 42.5. That little dippy there. Hedge pressure tap. Take one attempt at it. Just one small attempt at it. See if we get it. Again, a break of hedge pressure would just be a big sit out day for us. So I'll at least always take a stab at the hedge pressure long. Back to the gap fill. Take that scalp out there. Close, 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 close. All right, that's $6,000. Oh my God. Well, that was good. Gonna wait on this one. Got no man's land here. I'll take one more. Should I take one more stab at it though? Hit it on all my accounts too. Do I want to take one more long at this? Let's try one. Just one there. Trading from here all the way up to MHP. Just that's MHP. Resilience is positive. Usually only trade to the next interrupt though, which would be gap fill. We'll see if we can get that gap fill break. Come on, baby. Hit it to it. The second gap fill, and let me take the profit there. That's good. 35, 45, 47. That's so $5,600 already. That's good across all the accounts. I just scalped from here to here twice to the next interrupt. I want to see what happens at MHP though. There's really kind of a no man's land right in here. I can't log into my futures account for some reason. My CQG login is disabled. So my futures account is not able to log in. My guess is the developers are using my account to test the platform or something. So it doesn't let you log in two different places. So I'll have to check out what's going on here. They haven't responded to me. So I'm actually trading NASDAQ futures here. This is just liquidity maps. So no clue what's going on here. Oh, why is my light is on? It's almost $6,000 out the open today. It's really good. Let me see. I'll let you check my options position here. How are we doing? Ooh, baby. My options position crushing it today. Overall in general, I'm up 40% today from yesterday. Very good, very good. Hopefully we maintain. Any hedge pressure to monthly hedge pressure is always a good clean scalp. Now let's take a look at resilience the second time we're bouncing here. I'm gonna take a look at this. I am trading NASDAQ futures, you guys. So just because I'm looking at an equities chart, I'm getting clues from the equities chart. Hedge pressure a second time. S&P is kind of in no man's land. With the resilience as being positive here, the S&P is likely to have bounce pressure off of here. Other than that, there is nothing. We have no liquidity maps down here to play with. Now, NASDAQ, again, bouncing at that same spot is one of the things we are looking for. If we can get something good there. Right here to there. Get something on the board. Can I take it one more time? Should I try for one more? Hard to believe the market's going to sell off like this unless there's some pre-existing understanding of knowledge of what Apple's going to do. Let's hit it one more time. I know this is risky, but we'll see. One more time, one account. See if I get something out of it. Here to there, finally to make the move. Resilience is slightly less good though. Monthly resilience is slightly better. So it's not meant to be the best move here, but at least one more attempt at this. Other than that, I'm just going to chill and not do anything. But right up here to MHP for the tap, I think is what we're going to go for. Give us that love, baby. Come on, baby. Can't believe I made 100K profit with Tradify, you guys. Super exciting. Don't forget to smash that like button while we're chilling here. Let's get it to it. I hit that same damn scalp 3 different times. Resilience isn't improving. It kind of is on NASDAQ. I'll take the scalp a third time. I mean, gosh, I could play this all day long. Oh, goodness. Oh, how much is that? All right, I'm flat now. Let's just chill on this and wait and see what happens. Whatever this is, that's pretty easy. So that's what? 23, 33, 40, 52, 61, 6,800 bucks in like, 7 minutes of work. I don't have to do anything for the rest of the day. This is what you got to do. Sometimes the opportunities are there just to scalp that opening range. I'm so dang good at this. Look, Mom. No hands. Look, Mom, no hands. I didn't even have to practice. I'm just kidding. I was annoying iDoc again after I told you guys our little joke on the stream. Look, Ma, no hands. Good deal, good deal. Okay, let's wait and chill. I wish I had a stronger bullish liquidity map, but, it is what it is. You got majority overnight, you said? I only made 2,000 bucks overnight. Whatever it was, about 2,000 bucks. Most all of this was made this morning. Hey, Ma, look at me. I don't bet the market's going to sell off. Let me take a look at this. That up here, though. Just taking these little scalps here. Don't think we're going to sell off from here, but hedge pressure is always a very strong, solid play on the bull long down. Here to there, here to there, here to there. Now, again, want to see resilience get better than what it is to believe that we're going to break the half. So what I do is I'm using this white line right here to tell me, do I think we're actually going to break the open price and keep going? You want to see more stocks pushing towards that side of their half gap for me to pick up momentum through here. There's not selling pressure down in here. There's just a no pressure. Now, with the positive resilience, you guys will know that there is support half gap on both sides to do that green line there. So with res greater than 0, there's always support from here. So you can wait for that last little scalp there. Oh, I'm super pumped, man. We crushed it today. We crushed it this month. How do you get the hedge pressure to gap fill? Hedge pressure to gap fill. It was a 40-point scalp 2 different times in a row. It was that quick. 40 points, 40 points, 40 points. I hit it 3 times. Now we're gonna wait. Is it a higher probability with Rocket Scooter to trade the open or wait for it to settle? There's no better time to trade in the open if you get a clear signal. That's the hardest part. In bull markets like this, when the signal is absolutely clear, it's easier. In bear markets, it's not. So when the market's stable, like VIX is below triple B, check. Let's look at greater market today. And I'll tell you more answers. So when the greater market is bullish, it's going to be easier to trade the open. When greater market's not bullish, it's not. Number 1, DD ratio greater than half, check bullish. Number 2, SPY greater than MHP. Nope, still less than MHP, which is crazy, right? We're still not getting that big bull push. We're still in bear market squeeze. Oh, we're all right. Number 3, monthly maps bullish. Okay, we'll look at those really quick. Baby, I like making money. I love making money. You guys know, congratulations. We'll be doing giveaways today to celebrate the 100K milestone. I've made $100,000 with Tradeify. That was one of my goals for the year. It only took 2 months. Just babysitting these accounts. And I would have made it much faster had the market been bullish, trust me. And in this market of the ups and downs, I've been watching a ton of these folks out there just struggling. A lot of my friends, a lot of the YouTubers who aren't my friends, a lot of the people out there struggling in this environment, which is okay. It's hard. Everybody would be struggling. And so you don't put it past somebody who's struggling in this environment. It's hard. It's very hard struggling in this environment. I mean, to make in this environment. It's really hard. There's nothing against them. But I made it. Even in this crash market, sell-off market, I maintained a 76% win rate. 76. Can't believe it. %. I still maintained an almost 4 out of 5 win rate. Have I taken payouts? I've taken payouts. I've taken 6 payouts from them. So as Tracy says, of the money that I've made, now it's just a buffer. Now all I got to do is just work to pay out each time to take it out in chunks till I get the 80K total. Yeah, well, no, what the 100K mean is I've netted 100K of buffer in the account, taking payouts along the way. With Tradeify, you need to take out 15,000 every 10 days. Actually, now, no, not every 10 days, every 5 days. So with Tradeify, there's a 5-day payout schedule. How do you know that? It's a 20% consistency. So the best you can do now that they remove payout windows is hit it in 5 days. Well, actually, I think it's still 10 trading days. So you can flip the account the other 5 days. So you basically need 5 winning days to meet consistency. And so these accounts, when I told you guys in December, I go, my new trick is to say, fuck consistency rule. Just make as much as you can. That way you never blow the accounts up. That way the money's guaranteed. It just takes a little longer to get it. It's better than being inside of the range, because if you get over $9,000, you remove the end of the day trailing drawdown buffer from the buffer. So now I don't have any drawdown. So the goal was to get as far as you can away from having that rule. And now I have no rules. Now these are trading accounts with no daily loss limit, no trailing drawdown, no end of the day drawdown, nothing. It's just, they're just free accounts at this point. All right, PMI is coming out in 1 hot minute here. So you can't get an upper run. A break of here would be extremely bullish for the day, but there's likely to be support. And I'm curious if I want to take one more stab at this, the long side. Could I? Betting on that PMI. That services ISM numbers today, right? It's manufacturing. Oh, yeah. That's manufacturing today, isn't it? 15 minutes, not 1 minute. The S&P global number was 1 minute away. So we got 15 minutes until the bigger numbers come out. So 15 minutes is the bigger number. So this one final stab at MHP, resiliences are slightly better. Blue hedge pressure's gotten slightly better, so that bounce just got a little stronger. So the idea is that more stocks have broken hedge pressure to the upside. This blue pivot just got stronger. All right, so thanks for tuning in, guys. So yeah, the point is with Tradeify or any of these funded programs is you want to get through the rules. So now you just have a straight trading account. Like if you get so far ahead, you get a buffer. That way you don't have to worry about the rules. If you're under $9,000, which is the profit target they have, if you're under $9,000, then every day you've got a 37.50 daily loss limit. And then every day you've got that end of the day trailing drawdown to worry about. And so once you get past the buffer, there's no longer a daily loss limit. Some of these accounts, they all have 20,000 whatever dollars in them of profit. They have no daily loss limit anymore. Nothing. So, by the way, this pivot just got stronger as the resilience numbers just got better. This blue pivot's even stronger. If PMI wasn't coming out, I would take just another scalp for the same trade on NASDAQ and S&P. But we'll see. S&P's having a hard time breaking through this. I'm hoping that it will. Any break of this is a move up, which is going to be a 10-point move in SPY if we do break and go. These resilience numbers are nice and clean. They're gap fill predictors and hedge pressure predictors based on the sum of the stocks, and they are improving as we go. Stocks are finding a bid even from here. I can take the bet that we do break and go just for funsies, just to show you guys a trade. We could do like 1 on S&P, just 1. And again, 1 account only, just 1. To bet on the breakout. As the resilience numbers are improving, more stocks are breaking hedge pressure, which I like to see. This is a gamble into the news. Hopefully the news gives us a bang. And we'll see. Yeah, a micro or something. I'll just put 1 mini on it. Why not? Hold on 1 second. You ready to try Tradeify? Yeah, check it out. News in 15 minutes. Let's play the rally song. Oh, no, Todd, we don't need to play the rally song. This is going to rally on its own. We played the rally song. We played the rally song yesterday, and the market rallied. It worked. So the goal with with the Tradeify, I'm about to take payouts. Now it's May the 1st. There's no more payout window. Every so often, I'm going to hit my profit targets, right? And then just in the consistency targets to take out. So my goal was to build an 150K or 100K buffer and then work my way into 80K worth of payouts. I'm like a quarter of the way there. So we'll see. 100K total with Tradeify. So we're good. All right, so today I'm looking for at least a trade to hedge pressure just to see where we go. My big options position is up pretty good. Up 43% today. I love it. We'll see if we get close to it. I'm still betting that Apple and Amazon earnings are slightly better than expected, but boy, it could be a crapshoot. The market is looking for any bad news it can find. And we'll see. This is just a play from S&P from... So I'm on S&P futures right now for just another 10-point scalp. 1-to-1 trade, I'll lose 500 if I'm wrong, gain 500 if I'm right. Market liquidity map and monthly maps are so bullish today. The monthly map with the bull side sloping down and the bear side sloping down like this is extremely bullish for the structure. But again, this is a news-driven market, so we can get anything happen today. So when you see the bottom of these dark gray boxes slope down and the top of these light gray ones, it's a bull structured market for the long haul. This is bullish through June, so there's nothing bearish anymore. The market is completely pricing the fact that the trade war is going away, which is great. It's also pricing in better GDP next time, as it's expecting the price war to go away, or the trade war to go away. It's expecting tariffs to go away. That's what's implying. So right now, Wall Street is betting on Trump telling you, fulfilling his promise. That's why nobody's bearish. Does everybody understand this as far as wrapping your head around it? Let me repeat. Market was crashing because Trump said, I'm going to put in tariffs. You guys elect me. Everybody knew trade war is going to come. He steps in office. Market's already selling off. They knew tariffs were coming. Tariffs going to affect everything. Commerce, GDP is going to be down. Price is going to go up. Things like that. People spending power is going to go down. We all know that. And so because of that, the minute Trump said, I'm going to put a pause on the tariffs. Let me show you guys the history of what I tweeted. And I tweeted this was the bottom, but I tweeted a week before that the bottom would likely be here as well. Let me show y'all some good stuff. I think I said something like, where did I say this? It was, So our pivots just got stronger when resilience got better. I took the pivot a second time, and that's pretty nice. All the way up to MHP, which is the trade I wanted to get right for the news, and scalp it right up to there. You guys see how this works? Long and at the high, baby. Right at MHP. Just testing that one out. Let's take the profit on that one too. Oh, you guys can't even see the DOM. Let me move it up here. So I took NASDAQ scalp 3 times. I took S&P scalp 1 time. Man, it's like I make this look too easy, don't I? It's not me, it's the bull market. Bull markets are easy. Don't think I'm some kind of wizard. Let me show you guys some stuff. Bull markets are easy. I tell you, I teach you guys this. Okay, let me find my tweet really quick. Ah, here it is. Okay. All right, you guys ready? All right. April the 6th. Now, mind you, the market bounced and rallied on April the 9th. That was the day that Trump did the whatever, April the 9th, okay? And so my tweet was 3 days earlier, the first moment any country takes down their tariff or reciprocal tariff or even hints at it, any country, we will have 5% up days as well. This was in the middle of the circuit breaker crash of the 6th, when the market fell, what 6% that day. You guys remember that day? And I tweeted, the first moment tariffs come off the table, we're up 5%, right? And that's what happened. This is a completely news-driven market at this stage. It's got 9,000 views. It got retweeted by a couple people. And that's it, right? And so, you know, this is what you have to understand about this market. That was the 6th. On the 9th, after the move, as long after we had the big move, I tweeted that. I'm going to teach you guys how to think like this too. That's why y'all are here. Y'all want to learn how to trade the markets. I'll teach you everything you need to know. Actually, this was the night. This was at the end of the 10% up day. As long as 75 countries don't pull out of the trade deal with us when Trump announced, I'm making deals with everybody, I'm halting the tariffs, this confirms the bottom. Trade war with China, which is where we actually are now. So everything was reduced to trade war with China. I immediately saw that. In the last term caused choppy days, but it didn't cause 20% corrections. So see you back at the top is what I wrote. And again, that got retweeted a bunch and whatever. So that's really the news-driven market. If you've been trading long enough, you understand it's a news-driven market. It's not technical. Your technicals are going to fail. Everything you're going to try to do isn't going to make a lot of sense, unfortunately. The market's just listening to the news. It's trying to price in future GDP, future inflation, future Fed activity, future presidential tariffs, and listening to every hint it can get for those things to happen. And on the 10th, I wrote, the play here is to be long somewhere here near this month's lows and bet on Trump and China working it out. This was the 10th after the market rallied 10% or rallied whatever, 10%, and then sold off 6%. At the middle end, this is like almost the end of that day. I'm telling people are like, it's going to keep crashing. And I go, nah, the play here is to be long somewhere this month's lows and bet on Trump and China working it out. They did it last term. They'll do it again. If you believe it will get worse between us and China, it still doesn't plunge us into a recession. And right now, it's all we're going to work it out. And China says they haven't called us. And Trump says, I haven't called them. And they're going to do this. And we're going to do this. And right now, they're still kind of bickering. Yet, the market's no longer plunging. When you've been doing this for 15 years, you kind of learn the song and dance, what I like to call it, the Wall Street song and dance. There's this rehearsed sort of narrative that everyone plays. It's always comical. The newer traders always fall for it. They're always susceptible to it. Yeah, but GDP's bad, but trade war is going to be there. And you start to realize the one cold, hard, undeniable fact of Wall Street is that everybody already knows what's going to happen months before you do, because you're nobody. You're a retail schmuck. So am I. As a legion of nobodies, which is what we are, we will always be behind the curve. So the goal is to figure out how to be above the curve, how to speculate off of the news people know. People know something that you don't know. They know exactly what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. You got to be in Trump's, group text or something to kind of know what they're doing. They're all playing us. This trade war could be all a farce so that everyone can buy the dip. You never know. But we got to be just better than the other schmucks out there. That's the difference. Every one of us is a retail schmuck, but we need to be faster than the other retail schmucks. The saying of Wall Street is you don't have to beat the market. You just have to beat other people playing the market. And believe it or not, there are a lot of idiots playing this market. Trust me. Go to YouTube right now and watch any other streamer. You will see where they all fucking are. This mouth-breathing caveman don't know shit about the market. That's who's paying your bills. You're not here trying to beat Goldman Sachs at the stock market, okay? You're trying to beat some fucking prop sim influencers, legion of idiots who are out there actually, they're not even really trading, but you get what I'm saying. There's a lot of people out there that are just really bad at the market. That's who you're beating. You need to be better than a lot of other people. You're not going to be the best. You're not going to have the news information, months in advance like most people in Wall Street might, like the Gordon Geckos of the world. But what you have to understand is you got to be better than the other people. And so the goal is to be speculative in the correct way. If Trump and China continue to impress their trade war, it doesn't crash the market now. It has to realize itself over quarters, months of time as companies start to suffer from it. We've already priced in the fact that we can calculate what everyone's sales can be. We know all the tariffs, all the amounts, every company and what they do. They broadcast what they do in their earnings. This is what we sell, this is what we do. And quantitative analysts will look at the data and say, 20% tariffs means that these 40 companies are going to take 30%, 20%, 10% sales hits immediately. So then they get back to their little desks and they go, okay, we need to sell this stock, but buy this stock, buy that stock. And then they adjust immediately. The minute they could speculate, tariffs will be there. They know exactly how much to buy or sell of everything. And so if we realize that information, so we're at the overnight, 792. What is this? Oh, this is the wrong place. Hold on. 2.5, 79 points. Here, right there. PMI just came out. Let's see that resilience hit that midpoint. See what we get out of it. Bounced and ripped. Look at that. Let me finish my awesome speech in just a second. Just check the numbers really quick. These are the ISM numbers. So prices are down against expectation. That's actually kind of good. And actually, slightly higher than the previous read. Expectation was going to be really high, but the PMI is actually down. Prices, that's actually pretty good. The manufacturing PMI in general, this came in as a win. Very nice. And the construction spending actually is down a little tiny bit, which of course you'd expect that because of the tariffs, right? A lot of construction materials are imported. We had the same shit in China, in COVID. Construction spending went down a whole lot. You couldn't get windows to build a house, things like that. Don't have to be faster than a bear, as Robert Dickens said. You just got to be faster than your buddy next to you. Yeah, it's the zombie apocalypse theory. You don't have to outrun the zombies. You just have to outrun your friend. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. What's that siren for? Yeah, news. That's my financial juice. Baloney trap on the hour close. Yeah, probably. Let's let this play out and see. Half gap of support in just a minute. Another kind of little long scalp here. Market's likely not going to move far at all unless there's, and again, if the market sells off today, let me test you guys on thinking ahead. If the market sells off today, tell me why. Not because PMI, but tell me why. If the market decides to sell off today and start breaking resistances and falling unusually and becoming irrational, what would you say? Well, obviously new news, Kristen, but what would that new news be? Tell me, speculate. What would be happening? What would we be expecting? GDP next quarter? Well, maybe not that drastically. We need a tariff change for GDP next quarter to be significantly impacted, but I'm ready to buy earnings. Leaked Apple earnings. There you go. So you guys are thinking ahead. Yes, one could argue some forward news and thinking a month out the GDP could be worse. Yes, maybe, but you'd have to see then there'd be some kind of like leaked information that tariffs are back on the table and going to be worse, right? So if the market falls irrational, it's leaked information of something. Likely the nearest speculative thing would be Apple and Amazon earnings were leaked a little early. Yeah. And if it isn't that, and those earnings come out good instead, but the market sold off, then what's the answer? GDP is likely to be bad next quarter because tariffs talks are falling apart. You get it? That's how it works. So when remember, trading is not about being like sitting here with the crystal ball. You set the logic. This is all logic. It just requires you to and it doesn't require like a math degree. It doesn't require you to be like a gifted fucking calculus genius. You just have to be somebody that can think critically. Markets are selling off really crazy today. That's weird. We have Apple and Amazon earnings and they came out good. There must be something else. Well, what is the something else that would be crashing the market? Well, obviously in the next day or two, Trump says, I'm now slapping 20% more tariffs on China. Oh, geez. Well, maybe that sell-off day on Wednesday clued us in, or Thursday clued us into that, right? So that's what you have to think about. The market, and the rule is the market never does anything unusual. There's always an explanation. And that's kind of like the thing to take from it. Again, market never does anything unusual, ever. Unexpected. There's always a reason people are motivated to do something. Left on its own, everybody would leave their positions alone and let them grow. But if markets are selling off very rapidly, there's only one reason markets go up. There's only one reason people buy something, because they believe that thing they buy has value and that value will hold or increase over time. But there's a million reasons people sell something. And you never know what they are. But there's always a good reason people sell it. Usually it's because they need money. You sell something because, well, you can believe that the value is no longer going to go up, and that you want to just cash out the investment, or you need money to buy something else, whether it's another stock, another company, a boat, I don't know, whatever you want to, your daughter wants you to buy her a piano, I don't know, whatever. You're going to sell something because you need money. So people don't like to sell something because investors usually don't need money. A lot of times they just need the money because something else is better. Most of the time people sell in this market is because other people force them to sell. It's called a squeeze. They get squeezed out of their position, or they can't be as levered as they are because the market's falling and they got to sell something and they're forced to sell. So people don't usually want to sell. Most of the time people just are forced to sell. I mean, occasionally people will want to sell. For the most part, market sell-offs are people are forced to sell. And so in that particular mindset, Markets don't just sell for any reason. There's a reason people are rapidly selling that bump the next person and bump the next person. There's always an explanation. You just may not know it until days or weeks later, once the news actually comes out. There's a lot of cheating that goes on in Wall Street. And unfortunately, you just have the foresight to understand, try to forecast what it is by piecing together the way I taught you. Okay, we had great earnings yesterday. Market rallied up. Tariffs are paused with most of the countries. Still kind of at a war with China, whatever. Markets sold off, stabilized, and now we're sitting here. If the market were to sell off really crazily right now, and Apple and Amazon earnings came out bad, well, then that priced in that bad earnings. If the market were to sell off right now, but Apple and Amazon earnings came out great today, then you have to ask yourself, what else does somebody know? And you may not know today, but then 2 or 3 days later, Trump could say, I slapped on bigger tariffs on China. Ah, that person knew on Thursday, didn't they? And they crash other people. And then as word spread around the street, this person called their buddy, this person called their buddy, everybody slowly got out of the market, right? That's how Wall Street actually works. And as a day trader, you got to understand that there is a whole legion of people and power and communication circles that you do not have access to. All you can see is the real-time evidence of their behavior. And the market does not do weird things for no reason. Everybody is kind of looking at each other like, kind of want to hold the fort. You guys remember the Leone movies, the old, spaghetti westerns? They called it the Mexican standoff, where you have a person, it's a triangle of people, and each person has a gun pointing at the other cowboy next to them. This person's got the gun. You're shooting one person, they're shooting, and everybody's pointing a gun at each other. And so it's like the first person that fires, everyone fires and they all fall over dead, right? But if nobody pulls the trigger, then nobody dies, right? So the idea is that the market's kind of like that. Everybody's kind of like looking at each other like, you don't sell or you don't sell, or I'm going to sell and you're going to get screwed, or I'm going to sell and you're going to get screwed. And nobody wants to sell. So they're kind of just like, shifty eye looking at each other like the old Clint Eastwoods, So they'll kind of like thinking about like this is nobody wants to ruin everybody's party because they all die. And so in the market, when markets are selling off unexpected, unusual, nothing unusual ever happens. There's always an explanation at some point. And at some point is the key there. It'll come out in the future. This is why people were selling the other day. And so now your job as a trader is to get ahead of that. And if something unusual is happening, you got to maybe guess what the news might be in a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Or you can just say, I can't explain it. I don't have enough information. Then just sit out of the way. The last thing you ever want to do is speculate or just guess without proper speculation. Proper speculation requires you to piece together some kind of explanation. If you can't do that, it's better just to sit out when unusual behavior happens, because you have to tell yourself, essentially, somebody knows something I don't know. And I'm okay with that. I don't know, therefore I don't trade. It's a great way to think about it. So you can always try to explain away why things are happening, but what most people do is they get it wrong because they have this the news has this ability to like try to say that the topical news of the day is the reason people are selling, and that's always wrong. That's just what happens when you have a bunch of journalists that know nothing about the stock market, just reading and regurgitating the headlines and say, well, that's probably why the market sold off. Why'd the market rally yesterday? They'll be like, market rallied, but the GDP was bad. I wonder why. I don't know, guys. Why'd the market rally? Well, because GDP is only going to be bad. That one print is going to be better next time. And that earnings are expected to be good. Why'd we rally this far? Heck, Apple and Amazon earnings are probably going to be good. We're probably pricing all of this in. So, the news is always like putting zero effort into the news. They're just reading what's topical and trying to, but you have to understand that if you had a proper news feed, they would be able to tell you what's going on in the future. If you had like, some trader out there was able to like use a time machine, the news feed would be like, market move today because Trump's going to be adding 20% tariffs to China in 3.5 weeks, and people are pricing that in today. So FYI. And that's kind of like the news feed that you don't have, but you want to hear it in your head. So you need to invent that news feed in your head. So while you're trading, come up with that newsfeed in your head. Try to think about what that alien from the future is that's now sitting here and saying, in 1.5 weeks, so-and-so's plant is going to close down because they can't survive because of the tariffs. And therefore, they're laying off 30,000 people and they're going to file bankruptcy and the market's crashing right now because somebody has that information and they sold off and alerted their buddies and they sold off and all of a sudden market's crashing. And then, look at this time locked in news. They can't even see the future like I can. Look at these guys are saying the market crashed today because Jay Powell said this. That's really whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to invent that news feed in your head. Like, speculate further into why you think things are happening. And you have to always hold the premise to yourself true that markets don't move unusually for unusual reasons. Markets don't sell off for no reason at all. As a matter of fact, last kind of like tidbit I give to traders is that markets don't fall. They actually never fall. Markets have zero weight to them and fall. People think that, well, the market's high, it's got to come down. It doesn't. Market never comes down. We press it down sometimes. We push it lower because we knock people out of the game, and then market falls. And then once it's done falling, the fact that it just doesn't sit at zero is evidence enough that markets don't fall. If you drop a bowling ball from a building, it falls on the ground and stays there. And stays there. It doesn't hit the ground and somehow work its way back up to the top of the building. Stock market, after it lowers itself or is lowered by us, somehow always keeps moving higher. And you have to come to the realization, and this was a game changer for me, is that the stock market always goes up because of inflation and participation and population growth. There's always more people longing the stock market, and everything inflates. So therefore, stocks also inflate. So it's always going to go up like an exponential curvature like this. We push it down, but once we're done pushing it down, it goes back up. And so the idea is that the stock market is not a bowling ball with weight, that once you're done lifting it up and you let go, it falls. The stock market is actually a helium balloon that is sitting on a pool of water. And occasionally we have enough power to like push it underwater. And then once we stop pushing it, it pops back up to the top and sits there. And then a gust of wind hits it and knocks it off the surface, and then it slowly floats back up. And if you really think the market's a helium balloon, you're going to do a whole lot better as a trader. A whole lot better. Markets always go up over time. They always want to go up over time. Left on their own, they go up. No activity, they go up. They go up at a rate of 2% a year with nobody doing anything. Why? Because everything goes up 2% a year. The company sold 1 million cups of coffee for $1, and then there's 2% inflation. Next year, they sold 1 million cups of coffee for $1.02. Oh, they made, what is it, $20,000 more in sales with no extra sales. On paper, that looks great. Investors will price in the additional sales just on inflation alone. Stocks inflate with that same principle. So anyways, try to explain why things are happening. So now, is this market going to crash? Let's speculate. Is the market going to crash today? We rallied yesterday on great earnings. Is there a mechanism today? Well, if it crashes, we know there's something going to happen with the trade war, or that Apple or Amazon earnings are leaked. Okay, so what's likely to happen today? The market's probably going to continue squeezing from yesterday. It's probably going to go up. A lot of people thinking it went up yesterday, it's got to come down today, right? It's okay if you're thinking that. Are you guys thinking that? Like, it went up yesterday, it's got to fall today. But I made not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 long trades today at the top. And let me update my P&L here. They were all winning trades. Why? Well, the market's a helium balloon. It needs a reason to fall. And so an amateur trader would say, well, maybe the trade war is going to get worse. Well, okay, if the trade war gets worse, guess where we go? Nowhere. We're already pricing in, like right here. The trade war priced in the middle of here and here because we overshot with panic and then recovered when he said it's going away, and then the uncertainty landed us right in the middle. Okay, So if the trade war were to persist with China, we'll end up here. If the trade war were to persist with everyone else, we'd end up probably somewhere in here, somewhere above the panic maximum and the euphoria high. So trade war with everybody is priced in somewhere in here. And people think if the trade war comes back or gets worse, that we're somehow going to find lower lows this month. Actually not correct. We need companies to prove that they're going to do worse because of the trade war. Therefore, finding new lows is going to be on a quarterly scale. You're going to need quarter after quarter after quarter of companies showing bad performance based on the trade wars. And then, of course, the market pricing that ahead of time. As I'm talking about the market being a helium balloon, it's going to have a very hard time falling with all evidence looking good. DD ratio greater than half, check. Monthly maps, bullish, check. Spyless and MHP, check. So that's 2 out of 3 are bullish. When 2 out of 3 are bullish, I'm very bullish. When 1 out of these 3 are bullish, I'm very bullish. Number 4, VIX less than triple B. Very nice. That's also really good. Why didn't even do the poll, you guys? All right, we almost have 500 people. I'll tell all your friends. Go tell all your friends, because I'm not going to give away funded accounts, so we have 500 people in here. Give away a funded account. I give away funded accounts on the stream. I create funded traders. I don't know why you guys are watching anyone else. Brazilians just took a really nice little push here. That's good. What's up, man? Yes, sir. I would like to do the one stock, please. But yeah, anyways. Just keep in mind, that's really what goes on in Wall Street. You have to kind of think market's a balloon. It's not a ball. Banana bread, what up? What up, my dude? Okay, let's see. Do I take another scalp on the S&P in the same spot? On MHP break to upper DD band is also a good trade. Resilience numbers are getting slightly worse than the last time we bounced, so the pivot might not be as strong. It was really strong here, but not as strong there. But we are getting a push and half gap for some of the stocks here as well. So at least a move up to the upper band is kind of one of the places I'm looking to kind of still long to. I'd be hard pressed to believe that we do break that band and keep going before Apple earnings, but we'll see. Some math here. Now, one of the questions people have is, can I short off of MHP at the top? And so MHP from the bottom is a short setup if this orange line is less than 0. NASDAQ is, S&P isn't. So when they're tied like this, you can tell myself who wins the fight. Usually the S&P does. So it's not bearish enough to take a short off of this. So it's telling me a lot of the stocks are still in that bullish momentum today, doing slightly better. one more stab at this one on NASDAQ just in case. Well, the resilience is just popping through the roof there. Let's grab it one more time. Resilience just moving quick. I like it. This time I'm going to take it all the way to MHP. See if I can get one more setup on this one. I don't think there's any more news coming out anytime soon. Nothing today. No, yeah, nothing today. Test those pre-market highs today. I think we'll get the overnight highs. Nice little resilience pop there. Give me a little confidence to say that we do break through and keep going. Loving it. Pop, baby. Let's go. Hit that pop. Push it. Resilience pushing higher and higher and higher. Complain. I made the same trade 5 times today. Incredible. De-risk at just the scalp on 2 of them. Okay. Apple about to go green. Let's check it. Nice. Resilience is very nice here. Very nice. Let's tap that upper band today. We're talking about 20,061. Come on, baby. Give us a push. My entry could have been better on that one though, but I was still waiting for the confirmation. Resilience number is the net sum of the market cap of the stocks pushing higher through the redistribution zone, which means stocks that gapped and go. Ooh, baby, let's go. Let's get that move. Let's break them highs. But wait, but the market went higher yesterday. It's gotta fall, right? Once you realize the stock market is a helium balloon, you're going to realize there's a whole lot more. A whole lot more to this market than you ever thought. About 9 out of 10 of my trades are longs. Very rarely do I short. And this is one place I can consider shorting, but the S&P tells me no. Let's go, baby. Break that MHP. Let's go. Hanging on to it. Okay, close. I'm going to take the scalp play. Scalp play. I'm going to hold this as my runner. Baby, this is the best stream ever. Making all the money. Woo. That resilience gave me that head start. Gave me that head start right here. Pressing higher. The question is, now we're going to test MHP. Do I just hold for another 20 points? That's 80 points in NASDAQ, 20 points in SPY, or 60 points in NASDAQ from here. We'll break 20K in a little bit. Boom, baby. So discount code, that's 80% for which one? All of our discount codes use Rocket Scooter like every major prop firm. Making the money in all them accounts. I made the scalp 5 times today. 5 times today. 8, 90, 92, 94. It's 9,400 bucks with one open position. I almost made 10K today off of 10 points in the S&P. I'm telling you, bull markets just basically give you money. You don't have to think about it. Bull market just goes, here's some free money. For Apex, yeah, use code Rocket Scooter for Apex. You get the best deal at all times. Speaking of, if you guys want to check out our platform partners and what they have to offer, let me show you a little bit of ads here. You guys check out what it is. Apex, code Rocket Scooter, code Rocket Scooter across the board. We're also working with Funded Next, and that's code Rocket. It's the only one that doesn't have Rocket Scooter. So disappointing. They don't let you have more than 10 characters, but Rocket for Funded Next. Everyone else is Rocket Scooter. Where'd my video go? Oh. Okay. Now something happened there. All right. Take my one runner from here to DD band. Could be a nice little trade here. Resilience is getting better. The blue resilience is getting better. We see this, guys. Pata, your 516 calls are in the money since today. You're telling me you want to keep your calls? I can't tell you what to do on your options. I've got 516 calls. That's incredible. As of yesterday, my options position, actually, yeah, my options position is way in the green right now. I have 516 calls as well for QQQ. I bought them on the day after the 10% burp up move, the very next day, the 10th. When we fell on the 10th, I loaded up on calls that day for the 16th of May. No news, nothing. Push all the way up. Oh, we have upper. Check this really quick. Oh, we did break to pre-market highs today. We're getting close to that. Right at pre-market highs, I'm going to take that test stab. I'll close out for profit. I'll take the $1,000 and call it. Instead of holding a runner all the way to the top, I want to get right up to MHP and close it. One more green candle, baby. Toss me one more green. One more green. Let's go. Give me a big one. Give me a big one. Come on. I'm trying to close right there. Right here. About 2040, give or take. Bro, trying to retire on those calls. Try to do something with them. Come on. Give me one more big green candle. Let's go. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. I can feel that power here. Still, market's still trying to move. Come on. Give me one more big green, baby. Upper DD band. Let's tap it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be lazy here. Let's close out. Reason I'm going to close out on this is because I did get my 40 points and I'm close enough to where I want to be. I'm just going to take the profit. That's the last runner I was holding on to. Okay, final tally of the day. Dude, it didn't take much. I'm telling you, bull markets, like scalp bull markets, so much fun. No overshoots, no craziness. Hedge pressure support 5 different times. Oh, I love it. Baby. I love it. Y'all having fun here? Dude, this has been such a crazy market. We've been very lucky having things kind of like, I've avoided all of Trump's disaster days. It's been kind of nice. Oh, let me show you guys the P&L. Let me show this. Now, granted, let me explain how this works. I've already taken payouts with these guys. The reason it says 92, but it's 100. I've already taken payouts with them, and the payouts are reflected in the balance only if the account's still active. So the accounts, hold on. Some of the accounts that did initially get paid out, like in February, are busted. So I've since re-upped some of the accounts. There's only a couple of the accounts that have made it this far. Some of the other ones I had to replace. So I have a total of $12,000 of payout that are from accounts that aren't accounted for in here. So you have to add 12,000 to this. So essentially, these are the stats. Don't I wish I made that in my real account? Well, yeah, but I mean, in bear markets, I don't like to trade my real account. I'm trading my real account now. Now the market's balanced out. So essentially, if you guys understand what I'm saying, this is all the active accounts that I have going on right now. And if you made like 9,000 and you took a $3,000 payout, this would still reflect your payout. It would be added into this. The account's no longer here. It's not in this balance. So I have like 2 of my accounts that got paid out busted somewhere along the way. And so that totals to 12,000 in payouts added to this. So that's 104,000, whatever. This is Tradeify's own website. So this isn't even me tracking. They track it all on its own. A lot of in and out trades, which is why my P&L is, my ratio is a little lower than what it normally is, but this is bear market. That's the only way I can explain that. Bear market is I'm taking a lot of small scalps getting in and out quickly. And when the market goes volatile against me, I lose a lot, but I close out quick. Only had a few losing days in April in the shittiest of the market. One day was 57 bucks, 1.5, 2.7, 6.30, and 4.6. Every other day was a winning day, including today, which is another 10,000 bucks. So add this, we're at 114,000 now. So it's pretty good. But yeah, so that's kind of how it is. And I've maintained a 77% win rate over the period of February until now. I probably busted maybe 7 or 8 accounts. That's it, total. Like one would go bust. Never all 5 at once. Like one day, one of them would go bust. I'd re-up and start over the next day. I don't know. The influencers out there bust like 500 times a month. I swear to God. Yeah, I busted like 8 times, something like that. Not a lot. So it's a huge profit for me to be putting that in. What setup I took today? BLD number 3. I took it 5 times. I'm the only person on YouTube that's all my trades. I'm starting to sound like that ad that always pops up for everybody. Y'all see the AI ad that's always there? It's always a different AI person. I'm the only person on YouTube that trades live on, you know, it's AI because they say trades live. And that's how I caught it. It's like, I'm the only trader who trades live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I share all my trades for free. I'm not selling you anything. And you're like, I don't know, you look like you're 75 years old. I don't think you stream on Twitch, but whatever. Anyways, I'm the only person that shows my trades live. Such a goofy fucking thing. All right. But no, I share my performance reports every single month without fail. I'm only trading Tradeify on stream. I'm only sharing Tradeify on stream. There is no shenanigans. I'm not going to be like, oh, by the way, there's that top step I was trading that you never saw, also up $1 million. Or like, I'm trading a real account and then it disappears for a month. And then a month later, I'm like, hey guys, I'm up in my real account. Guess what? And you're like, wait, but I never saw you trade that. Mine is, I'm committing to this. I'm showing you this. I'm showing you I'm the best. I'm showing you I'm good, or I'm showing you I'm bad, whatever. But you get to see it live and what it is. But these are the stats. I want to make sure that you guys know there's no shenanigans. I'm never going to pop something on the stream and be like, oh, by the way, here was that take profit I was secretly trading on the side. And I'm only going to show it to you by the time I'm actually winning. There's a bunch of YouTube folks that do that kind of stuff. But I'm not a blow up artist. I don't blow up that much. What a good day. There's that MHP. That's where I would have closed my scalp position today. What a good move. Now, again, Apple and Amazon, it's going to be kind of like concerning what happens with those two. There's that 2040 I was talking about today. That was my profit target. Or 2002. I said 40, but it's more likely 30. It was MHP, so I was estimating that one. Nice run, you guys. My options are up 70% today. Ooh, holla. Daddy trying to retire on that money. We'll see. What's up, guys? Marco says, wait, what is your bracket L pan mat? What are you trying to ask me? Type that again. What's your I was like, is that new computer speak that I don't understand? It sounds cool. I'm gonna start talking with brackets when I start talking. Is that a function? What's going on? What's your iPan? It's my new digital pan made by Apple. It's great. Controls the smoke point and the oil. So my next move, nothing. This is, I trade a next resistance and I call it. Next resistance is upper DD band, and that's pretty much it. Green line is CD van, yeah. What is going on here? The VVIX is dropping right below 100 today, which I like to see. Pretty good. That's it. I usually trade up to the upper green band and just call it a day. Baby, baby, baby. But yeah, that's probably the end of the move for today. And then of course you have Apple and Amazon earnings coming out. I'm very concerned to see I'm very worried about possibly the market having a little bit of pullback off of that. Not today, but leading into that, because they're going to be more affected by tariffs. So I don't know if the market's trapping some bulls in. I'm going to pull the rug out for Apple and Amazon. I might get a dip for tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm not expecting that, but like trading it bull market one day at a time. Once you get to upper DD band, that's the end of the day. Top 5 fast food places go. Arby's. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Number 1 for me, probably Taco Bell. I crave Taco Bell sometimes. I don't know if it's the chemicals in the food. I don't even know. Taco Bell's great. McDonald's is great. Popeyes is great. Chick-fil-A is great. Can you trade prop firms and Rock Scooter? You can't trade prop firms and Rock Scooter, unfortunately. That was only 4. You can't use Tradeify on Rocket Scooter. You can't use... I'm using it on the side with Tradeivate off to the side. Put this up here. That for later. Oh yeah, there's no more payout windows for Tradeify. I get some payouts waiting for me today, I bet. May the 1st, no more windows. Wait a second, request payouts today. Which accounts qualify for payouts already? Some of them are still fighting consistency. I'll do it at the end of the day. Ah, yeah, some of them do qualify. Cool. Ooh, giveaway. All right. Todd tossed in 20 bucks to give away a boot camp. So don't try to scam me. Those of you out there who won the contest. The crew, you listen to so many streams, comes to day trading. Always come back to here. Thank you. Appreciate that. Consistency is key. Yeah, where's Gamma today? I haven't heard him say anything. Todd has his new best day in profits. Isn't that crazy? It's like the market didn't even really do much. But I tell you, when bull markets come back, the market is just very clean and very handy. Everything was really nice. And now we hit the upper limit of the day. That's basically it right here. Apple lied under oath in the Epic Games trial. May face criminal contempt charges. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. This is all about the fees that they charge in the App Store, huh? The antitrust stuff. We're saying your friend of the account, Anthony. Awesome. Awesome, dude. Broke MHP on QQQ. Yeah, and that's up the upper DD band, which is usually the ending point of the day. So when I see that, I usually am kind of like chill on that. I don't expect the market to pull back and sell for me. Everything's nice and stable. That's just the end of the predictable part of the day. Looking for one thing really quick here. Hold up. The one toss-up we do have today is Apple and Amazon earnings. So we had a huge gap up, and here's one thing that I'm gonna tell you guys what I'm expecting to see over the next week or two is we've found a new support on the move. As long as Apple and Amazon look good, we might get some retests to support this gap up, and then we take a run up higher. The market tends to like, you know, on the crawl back up, it's not usually a rally back up whenever you stabilize after a big sell-off. It's usually like a mosey on up. So like a mosey on up, you know, you gap up, and then after a couple of days in a week, you bounce and you rally again and bounce and rally again. Markets usually are trying to make their way higher slowly, and then they start to pick up steam towards the end of the move, right? This is like COVID, same thing. And again, we're kind of here, and we've kind of like gonna mosey on this little area here. So the thought of, you know, it's going to take another month to like take another leg up kind of thing. So those of you aggressively trying to long this, especially with options, just realize the timing of options is a certain way. Hold on. What is spill? It's water. The best streamer of the space, Crew. Oh, offering $20 as well. Thank you guys for the donations. 2 bootcamp classes to give away today. Very nice. Very nice. We'll do a giveaway, 2 bootcamp giveaways in a little bit. Awesome, guys. Thanks for the donations. Hold on, let me yell at IDOC real quick. I'll be right back. Back in 1 minute. What's up? What's up? What's up? We had to coordinate with the eye doc here for a moment. What's up, guys? I need to roll my options out further in time. So I have closed the majority of my position. So I need to bump it out further. I did some math. I'm not going to hit my strike. I'm not going to hit my strike by expiration. So I just close out the majority of my position. I'm going to wait one more week and then bump it out another month. I made roughly 100% on the trade though. So I'm not going to hit my strike in time. So at maximum peak right here, to profit. Well, not took profit, but like took some profit so that I can roll them further in time when the market dips the next week or two. I had about 50 grand invested in QQQ calls at multiple strikes and dates. I had basically May the 16th, 505 and 510s. I'm not going to get, and had another position that was May the 9th, 505 and 510s. The May the 9th ones are not going to hit, they're not going to hit target, but they're way up. So I need to close them because they're not going to hit, and we're not going to hit 510 by next Friday. It's not going to happen. So I closed out the majority of them. I made about 50K on the trade, so it wasn't too bad, but it's not because I want to take profit or I'm scared of the market. It's because the theta is going to really start ramping up after tomorrow, especially if we get volatility after Apple's earnings and we hit upper DD band. This is a good enough time for me to kind of wait and let the market move around and then come back down and test QQQ's gap up in a week. And then in a week to get here and then trade to like 500 or 510 a week from now. The problem is I don't think we're going to get there by the 9th. When did I enter? Exactly here. Oh, it's the best trade. Yeah, I made about 100% on the trade. I was expecting the market to be a little more brutal to the upside on that tariff news. It's just moving too slow. So after this big 10% update, when I said this is the bottom, the market sold off here, I started buying my position here. I got 510s and 505s there, and 510s and 505s here. These are probably going to expire worthless. I don't think we're going to get there in 6 days. Hey, Gamma, what's up? Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. So what I'm going to do is the whole trade is up about 100%. I have some of these on the table, but I took all of these off the table and took the profit, and then took most of that off the table. This is my runner I still have. I don't think we're gonna get 505 by next Friday unless we just get lucky with earnings. I want to roll them out 2 or 3 more weeks. So the day we broke that day's low must have been really scary. Yeah. So, right. And in April 21st, yeah, this bled out a lot of theta. So basically I didn't break even on the trade until about like maybe here. I finally broke even. This just burned theta because they were so far out of the money. I just basically, you know, this was kind of like, oh, that sucks. But I buy them far enough out in time to estimate. I just got them maybe 2 weeks too early. I'm just looking at the daily moves. We'd have to have 5 up days in a row for me to profit on that. I have to be the world's luckiest guy. And we do have big news coming out. So my problem with this is that I need the next dip I can find, which is going to be testing this low. Whenever we do test this QQQ gap, which was here, whenever we do test, I'm going to long again with the same amount of position for some distance further. Or at the next big Trump scare where tariffs may or may not be back on the table, blah, blah, blah. But the problem is that with options, you have to get to your strike in the right amount of time. And again, I'm not arguing with the fact that I made 50K on the trade. It could be a lot better, but I don't think in today's upper DD band, so that's about the limit today. Maybe Apple might give us a little more. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I've got 6 days for QQQ to move really rapidly. And I'm looking at the news, and there's just not a lot of events or catalysts that are going to get us there. NVIDIA earnings aren't until towards the end of the month. So my fear is that my date is too soon. And therefore, while I have a lot of gain today, that I'm going to lose a lot due to theta because it's getting nearer the money and it's running out of time. Does that make sense, you guys? Y'all understand options, right? Is 620 a good expiration? Right. I'm going to bump them out I'm going to do the whole thing over for like another month out. And I'm going to hold my runner just in case it keeps going. But we'll see. But yeah, I was kind of thinking about this, and so I need to roll out into a new strike and a new date. So this one right here. So the maintenance guy is here. That's why I had to go chat with iDoc. But the maintenance guy is outside making a lot of noise. This is why Pickle's barking. All next week, there's not a lot other than FOMC and interest rate. So, there's kind of a possibility that a coin flip with Fed would ruin the whole trade. And that was my thought process yesterday and today, was that if I do get a bump up or two off of earnings, I'll roll it out further because Fed can be a chop day. The Fed's not going to do anything, okay? We already are going to guess the Fed's not going to change any interest rates, but the press conference could spark some kind of crap, and I could be so close to that 510 target, and one click of JPAL would waste $50,000 of my money. You know what I'm saying? If I had 3 or 4 extra weeks, I'd hold through the Fed, but the fact is the Fed is 2 days for expiration. I got to close out. So, do we all understand what I'm trying to say? It'd be great. I turned my 50K into 100K basically. And so, it'd be great to have my 50K at 100, which is what happened. I made 50K on the reversal trading options. Went here to there, and then it gets exactly to strike, and maybe I'm up another, if I get to strike, I'll be up about another maybe 200 or 250. When I calculated, I would 5x my money at this point. But strike is here, and expiration's here. So if I got to strike right at expiration, and then Powell throws a curveball, 2 days for expiration, I lose it all. So the question is, as we hit a technical high today, I'm going to cash out and roll forward. Give it some more time. And that's the smarter decision to make. I am taking money off the table. I am taking risk off the table. But I feel the need to push out further. I need more time. I would close them at 50 delta, but I've got, easier to go in the money at 75 delta. I don't like to go in the money in choppy markets that are recovering off of a crash like this, just because if I'm just trading in the money, I'm just going to trade futures. That's the way I trade options. So my options are just out of the money speculative calls. I try to bet on a reversal and double my money or triple my money. I'm not actually trying to day trade options to swing them up in the money, because if I'm trading like in the money, I'm just going to trade straight futures or something like that, make it easier. Not having to deal with the Greeks. I don't like day trading options. All right, you guys, you ready for giveaway? Looks like we didn't hit the 500. We hit 500 earlier, but we don't have 500 that stay. Looks like no Tradeify today, or no Tradeify funded, but today we'll do advanced. Advanced or Tradeify, guys. Type it in, Tradeify. One Tradeify advanced. Let's go. Type it in, baby. Type it in that Tradeify. All right, so to rule out the scammers, you have a window going forward. Here's the new way we're doing this. If you win, you have 10 minutes to send me a message in Discord. And that's it. Like literally 10 minutes. You must immediately join Discord and message me. If you don't, you forfeit the prize. Next rule is go to your YouTube channel. Like just log in and take a little screenshot of the top left corner that just shows that it's you and message that to me within 10 minutes before the stream is over. And that way I confirm it's you. We had people posing as you guys trying to rob, oh my gosh, trying to rob y'all's giveaway accounts. They tried to rob Thomas Johnson. One other guy. You don't believe that? So you log in, you send me the picture that it's you, and then I say, oh yeah, you're the person that won. Cool. All right. And if you guys stick around for another hour, we'll do another giveaway to celebrate the 100K. We'll do a giveaway every hour as long as I'm streaming. That's the rule. Every hour, all day. Oh, you here for the giveaway? Pickle, you ready to dance? Man, I was supposed to be on the show today. Yeah, and I feel so bad because look, they even were like today's guest, Matt Cowart, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, oh no. So I got to figure out how do I got to stream here and stream there at the same time, but my camera is tied up in the encoder. How do I get my camera feed working in two places at once? How do I get my camera feed working in two places at once? I need a second camera.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you have to link it to their channel to like you have to use it for
your camera can only go to one place.
Yeah. So why don't you take my webcam and that would be your second camera?
That's what I was gonna say. I'll have to put on the second camera.
When does the show start?
Tomorrow.
Oh.
I just have to get a second camera, huh?
That was today.
Oh, I told them I wasn't able to make it because I couldn't figure out the camera situation.
That's true.
I thought there's got to be a way for you to take a camera feed and split it to replace with a computer. It doesn't do that. Like your camera's long. Now the encoder has a digital has a pseudo camera. So basically, I can take this, the compiled encoder feed, and that is a webcam.
Oh,
So I could actually stream
just
this
replicate the screen.
as you can send the entire screen as your camera feed. It's called XSplit has its feature that does this, that allows you to multi-stream that way. So I'm trying to multi-stream, but the problem is that if it's not controlled by the encoder, you can't use your camera as a source to some third party. It's like when you multi-stream, your encoder just sends the signal 4 different places. But if somebody's sending you a link that you have to join, then your camera has to be enabled in that browser. But you can't do that if your camera is being used for your encoder.
Because like when you are on that show, do they want to see what they're seeing on YouTube right now, or they want to see your face?
Well, the browser app allows you to capture a screen and use a camera the same way. A screen cap and my face in 2 separate feeds.
So basically this.
But I can't send it with this. So it's a program that they all use, like a Restream or something. There's like these programs. You just basically join in, and they have an editor that just switches between the camera feeds and stuff. And so I'm basically just gonna need a second camera, or at least my good camera for that stream, and then my bad camera for this, for these guys, because they love me no matter what. Would you guys love me the same if it was in 1080p rather than 4K?
When did you tell them that you're
Listen, well, they gave me the link like 30 minutes before the market opened, and I'm like trying to fiddle it. I was like, oh crap, I need a second camera. I could turn this camera off here, but the problem is that even when you open that, the camera's already tied up anyways by this program. I tried, it didn't work. I tried to just remove the camera from this. That's what I tried to do, and it still was like camera's tied up. So maybe one of my scenes still has the camera tied into it. So I'm gonna go through and create like a camera list.
Oh, it's probably your intro scene that pops on.
Yeah, it's probably one of the scenes still has it. So what I'm gonna do is, before I try a second camera, I'm gonna basically I'm gonna create a duplicate of this one and then remove all my camera sources. That way it's not using the camera. And on the day I'm on a show with someone else, I'm gonna seamlessly switch to, or I'm gonna like do this without the camera here.
His name's Matt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you ask Matt to set it up?
Oh no, not Matt. It's the other guys. The other guys there. Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't have 4K in the option, and anyway, and it's in 1980. That's funny. Only 32 likes. What the fuck, guys? No, there's more than 32 likes. Okay, guys. Yeah, as Simon's saying, I can pass the camera screen into a virtual camera on your PC, then split that as 2 separate camera feeds. Simon, you have to walk me through how to set that up. Virtual camera. Yeah, XSplit has what they call like a virtual camera option. Okay, you guys ready to do the? You ready to do the thing? You ready to do the thing? We got to give away 1 Tradeify account. And then 2 boot camp. Rocket scooter. Spinning the wheel. This is for a Tradeify 50K advanced. And we'll give away an account every hour while we're streaming. Why not? And next week, we're going to kick off the week giving away some funded next. Consistent investor. I know who you are, so you're not going to try to scam me. Well, that's awesome. We had 2 people try to scam me yesterday. Good job, man. All right, boot camp. Everybody, if you're not already a member, type in free class. Free class. Freak ass. Freak ass. Free class one more time. If you're not a member, this is free access to the boot camp. Our members have donated 2 seats to you guys, a whole month of education and training. That's incredible. I love when you guys do that. Wait. Hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bull zone. Hedge pressure resilience. Everything rocket scooter. Okay. All right, this is free access to our 20 days boot camp. You guys get to come join us, learn, have fun with us over the next 20 days. It starts in 2 Mondays. M. Tierra. Good job. You have 1 minute to say something. Congratulations. One more time, one more time, one more time. And I'll donate 1 more as well. We'll do 3. Vivek. You have a minute to say something. You guys have 10 minutes to join our Discord. Message our admin Slacks. This is the rule. And it'll get you access to the boot camp. Congratulations. Woo! Congratulations. One more. Math 387. Good job. Congrats. Congrats to all the winners today. Okay, in another hour, we'll do 1 more giveaway in 1 more hour. More Tradeify accounts. Celebrate 100K with Tradeify today. Congratulations. 3 winners here. All right, you guys, what you have to do. Consistent investor. This is your role. Listen carefully. I know you're you, buddy. So you don't have to worry. But in the next 10 minutes, send me a message in Discord. Or send me a friend request with a message. The winners of the boot camp, the other 3 people, you need to join our Discord and send Slacks a message. Scroll down into the description for the message, for the link. To go in there and get all that going. Slacks will get you in the boot camp. Consistent investor, I'll get you your Tradeify. 1 more hour, we will do 1 more Tradeify giveaway. And tomorrow we got ETF giveaway. We do that every Friday. And then Monday, we're starting giving away Funded Next, the hot new prop firm on the scene. Excited. We reviewed those guys. It's kind of a hybrid between Tradeify and Apex. It's really nice. They've got some really cool rules, some really cool payout rules that I've never seen before in other firms. And excited. That's why they're kind of like the new hot one on the scene. And we'll see what happens with these guys. But I'll be giving away accounts for them to launch and kick off starting next week. Let's go. There's more than 32 likes. There's like 300 likes. But maybe your thing isn't updating. I know. If there's only 32 likes, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? We'll do the song and dance again. All right, so upper DD band, that was kind of the end of the road for the day trade for today. We always trade upper DD band, and that's usually the end of the road. We don't short off the upper band usually when that number at the top left corner, the DD ratio that goes with it is 81% of the market cap is bullish. I don't try to short and fade off of that. That's just usually the end of the long trade, and then I usually call it a day and sit out. What an awesome day today, man. This market was printing money. I can't even begin to say how excited I am to see a bull market kind of back. Now, I know I'm being a big wuss when it comes to my options, but I do want to scoot them out. The thing is whenever I do take profit, I'm never hesitating to jump back in because options lose money every day. Trust me. So when it comes to options, I'm going to wait like another week or so to get a really good entry to ride the next wave up. And I'm going to give it another month to do so. This was the wave up, by the way. The fact that the wave up didn't happen faster just has me worried that I'm not going to hit 505 by next Friday. I got 6 more trading days. That is one hell of a feat. The 16th might do it. That's why I'm still holding on to a runner for those. But the bulk of the money I'm going to pile into some Junes. Same thing. You never win, but you're here for the great insights and content. Well, thank you, Steve. It's okay. You are all winners for being here. Just think who you could be watching. You could be watching one of the many blow-up kings out there. Gambling addict, whatever. But you guys are here for the content, and I like that. Y'all are here to learn something. Y'all are here to chill with a trader who might be, you know, someone you can learn from. That'd be kind of cool. How to enter the trader? Goodbye, CJ. We'll do another one in about 30 something minutes, so don't go anywhere. All right, at the turn of the hour, we'll do one more. I like the idea. Yeah, also tell me your Discord name in chat as well. Okay. You already know 415. Thank you, sir. I know. I had somebody try to scam me. Can you believe that? All right, y'all ready for the wall of shame? Y'all want to see this? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me unblock so I can see the messages. So, Sue Liu was the winner. And I get this message on April 14th, and now I know to check, but I get this message. Chat D Futures Lou. Okay. And I got somebody named Sue Liu sends me a message. And also was like, his name was Sue Liu and an SLOL. And he had like a, you know, not Chat Futures, whatever, but this was Chat Futures Lou. Hey, I wanted my fun to give away, how to claim. And I'm like, oh, and then they take a picture of my stream and send it to me. Yep, that's me. And I'm like, this is a little sketchy because I already gave it to a guy named Sulu. Member of Discord since April 24th on the April 24th drawing. Hello, Matt. I am not spam account. The Sulu is my YouTube account. I wish I could receive the My Fun and Futures account, but thank you for the opportunity. At Matt. Hello, at Matt. Hello, please reply. Here, my name is Sulu, but my real name is Palapuje Kamar. But I go by Sulu. I've got an obviously Indian, Pakistani sounding name, but I pose as a Korean guy on YouTube. Really? But Jesus Christ. Then I'm like, okay, send me a message. Or like the channel, or like go to the last video and like the last video. You got 1 minute to do it, or just comment, leave a comment. And then 10 minutes go by and he leaves a comment. So he goes to the effort of starting a fake account. Let me show you guys the comment on yesterday's stream. You say you got 1 minute, because in 1 minute, they're not going to be prepped and ready to go. Look at this. I'm just sitting here like... So he did leave a comment on yesterday's stream, by the way. Y'all want to see it? I love when I open up my YouTube here. I get a Ross Cameron's gorgeous face. Okay, let's get on here. Oh, he must have deleted it. Hold on. Oh, no, I got it. Okay. I go, leave a message. Leave a message on my channel on the last video, and I say you have 1 minute to do so. And so then I get user dash Sue L9999 commented, yeah. I'm not fishy at all. Not fishy at all. Took about 10 minutes for that comment to come in. So I don't remember the guy winning the contest named user Sewell9999. Yeah. So I never thought people would be scamming the contest, but now I remember people are going to scam everything all the time. I was a sucker for it. I had Sulu from India. Great video. Anyways, the real Sulu got his video. I mean, got his account, which we all straighten out. But I got down to the bottom of it and realized I had been scammed twice by the same system in the same day by two people. It could have been the same person pretending to be two different people. And it got crazy how good this one was. In the Ask for Help channel, oh, it got even nice. The Ask for Help channel, these two guys were talking to each other. Well, let me show the block messages. Hey, I won the giveaway. Matt, hello. Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt. And then this guy was messaging this guy who actually won to ask him, hey, what's the account? How'd you get it? And blah, 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 blah. And then the other guy, hello, I won the giveaway. How do I do? I'm new here. Please respond. Please respond. Please respond. So two different guys could have been the same guy. Not only that, but they were talking to the winners in DMs and asking the winners, what's the code? How do I get the code? Did he give you the code? And I'm like, okay. So don't look at the, don't look at the chat. I mean, okay. All right. Yeah, anyways. Hi, this is Pickle. Please remember to walk me. I have to poop. Yeah. Is it Danny? Oh my God, you guys are too funny. How do you give accounts to other people on Tradeify? I'd like to buy an account as a wedding gift for a friend. I don't know how you can do that. That's a good question. I do it because I send them a message and they allow me to buy it with my affiliate revenue that I've made. So I just deduct that balance. If you don't have that, you probably just call them straight up or message them straight up and ask them, hey, I'd like to gift an account to somebody. Someone stole your catalytic converter at 3 a.m., made about $60. It's shocking the effort people take for peanuts. Yeah. Mike W, you need to have more balls. You keep closing trades at a small profit, then watch it going double the profit you took. Try to set your R&R before you make the trade and then exit the trade. Either get the full amount or get the full stop. It's usually a good roll. Kiter long to Redline yesterday. Bro, there we go. Nice job. You've noticed you haven't gotten any business loan calls? Maybe they have switched strategies to scam you. It's the same people. Instead of the business loan, now they're on they're scamming the Tradeify giveaway. But yeah, so as much as I love you being a viewer of the stream, halapuajkumar3@gmail.com. Unfortunately, I have a hard time believing that you were Sulu. You didn't fool me, buddy. But let's still view the stream though. All right. In what conditions does the Russell usually outperform? I wouldn't compare the Russell to the indices at all. I would treat them like they're two separate things and really have little in common. People will tend to trade the Russell more when the market risk is favorable to the long side in general. Like the riskier stocks, people diversify into riskier stuff as time goes by in a safer environment. They tend to risk in the safer things first, the riskier things next. So the Russell might, historically, off of that note, outperform in periods of strong bullish activity and strong bull markets. But the Russell will move faster because it's the next best thing to get into. In markets like this, though, it could outperform. It's more of a crapshoot of understanding when people would. But in a general sense, and in a bulk sense of what people do, humans will risk on to riskier things as the market becomes safer. And so think of it towards like the middle or end of the run. Russell becomes the darling. But that's not always the case. Sometimes it moves first. And it just comes down to people's appetite and specific stocks they're buying and whatever. So as far as the only trend you could say is that, and historically, people will dive into the blue chips faster than they'll dive into the smaller cap stocks. If you need a trend to think about. But market's going to be a little more random. And Russell is kind of its own independent thing. You got to watch it. It's so funny. Walk away, shut down your browser, come back to it later. Yeah, exactly. You're a real futures guy. Got to restudy the funded classes, loophole, and tricks. You got a ticket driving and being on the phone messaging the chat? You did? No way. All right, I got your friend request consistent. I saw it. You guess that's what you got to do. Almost always goes your TV after you close. Yeah. What's happening with Apple the last 15 minutes? Well, Apple's earnings today, so probably just a little bit of profit taking. That's it. It's hard to believe that major tech stocks are going to move fast into their own earnings. This is a good day. What was this? 54, 64, 70, 86, 96, 98. That's 10K. Did I have another 10K day today? Oh my goodness. I've been crushing it, dude. In this environment, I don't know what it is, but I feel like stat-wise, this is the peak of my trading stat, like performance. I've not money-wise, but I'm talking about stat-wise. I have just been doing so well, beating the day and figuring out the day and cutting my losses right and just trading well. Like, I don't feel like I've ever traded this well in my whole life. $10,029. We broke 10K today, guys. 10K, 10K. Can I get some 10Ks in chat, please? That'd be kind of nice. Good deal. What's up? What's up? What's up? Greetings from Iceland. Hello, Thorin. What's up, buddy? I'm in position right now. No positions right now. I'm fully flat. I took the long trades today and I cut out clean, so I'm good. You can celebrate your amazing streak with a hard workout at 5:15. Can I have a steak dinner at Prime 131? Can we go there again? I know we went there last night. Hot streak, baby. That I can take you to Drunk Shakespeare. Dude, let's do that tonight. That sounds fun. Who here has been to Drunk Shakespeare in your own city, by the way? Most of the major cities have it now. Idoc's not a fan of the dad bod. She likes when my six-pack is showing. It's always been there. It's just not been visible for a while. Like a long time. How do you celebrate when your payment money arrives in your bank account? That's true. My clothes are all loose on me. They really kind of are. Just kind of good. I like it. And a kind of sucky thing today is I got up and I shaved and fixed my hair so I can look good for my fun and futures. I just gotta get like a second camera, I guess. Figure this out how to do this. So when I start doing, I'm going to be guest appearance on a bunch of different shows these days. And I think My Fun and Future is going to pull me on about once a week. And Tradeify is going to probably pull me on a couple times a week, I'm sure. We've already all talked about it. So when I jump on these shows, It's hard for my one camera. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this. So Simon, if you can message me in Discord and tell me what you're trying to talk about, or I can just do some Googling and figure out. To send my one camera feed as a virtual camera to go 2 different ways, I'd love to be able to figure out how to do that. Maybe not a switcher, but I know like my encoder that encodes the stream, which basically compiles everything and broadcasts it to you guys, has a virtual camera feature that itself is a camera feed, but the camera feed is basically what the encoder output is. So it wouldn't be my webcam, it would be everything you guys see on the screen as my webcam. I'm sure they don't want to see that on their TV show. They want to see my face like in full screen. So I use XSplit, which is a competitor to OBS. I'm probably one of the only people that uses XSplit, but you have a lot more features. You can do a lot more stuff with it. But essentially the same as OBS. You're tempted to wait for 5,700. Getting close. I think today, Upper DD band is probably the peak for today. Can I change the source of that second cam? No, the problem is that when the encoder is open, I didn't check this out, but when I open my encoder software, the camera is tied into that because there's a source that uses it. And even when I disabled the sources or removed them, it's still locked up the camera for the program. So maybe the default camera is set to my camera. So I need to go into the program and make sure there is no default camera, only the source activates the camera. And therefore I can use the same camera in that feed for their program. And then on this program, I just don't have camera the days I'm on their show. Or I got to find a way to split it up. So Christoph, you might know how to do that, but can I do a fundraising for your traffic ticket? Hey, I got a traffic ticket the other day, trying to make my way home quick enough for the boot camp. Cop pulls me over. He's walking up to the car. I've already holding my shit out the window. I'm like, and he's like, you know how fast you were going? I was about ready to say, bro, just write me the ticket. I gotta go. I was like, I'm sure I was riding fast. I'm in a really big hurry. I gotta get to a really important meeting at work. He's like, well, you know, this is and I was almost like, I don't need an education. Just give me the fucking ticket. I've got money. I'll pay it. I gotta go. I didn't want to, get tackled on the street. So I was just kind of cordial with the guy, but I was just like, let's not have small talk. I'm not here for a lesson. I'm going to speed down this road every other fucking day too, bro. So just give me the ticket and I'll pay the $300. I got to go to work. That's what happened to me too. I paid it online. I'll be honest with you, man. I'm not going to not speed on this road. It might say 35. I'm driving 50. That's silly. There is no people here. It's all businesses and car dealerships. There's no way this should be 35. And it's like 4 lanes on each side. 35. No schools, no kids. Like, I'm speed, okay? 50 seems normal for like a highway kind of road like that. It was just a tiny little fraction of that road that was like a speed trap. And then it was 50 before and after. Yeah. I live in Texas. You can't talk like that to police officers. No, I was telling you guys what I was saying in my head. I didn't say that to him. I was very cordial. I wanted to be like, just give me the ticket, man. I gotta go. But I was like, yeah, I know I was speeding. I'm sorry. I'm in a really important meeting and I didn't see the sign. I just moved here. And he's like, well, try to slow down. Okay, you understand. You can't be speeding. I'm just like, thank you. I know. I'll pay more attention. And in my head, I'm like, just give me the fucking ticket. I gotta go. Boot camp is starting in like 10 minutes. It's weird. It's a road in Houston that's an old service road before the freeways came through. It's a very, very old road that is a very busy, on both sides of the road is giant car. It was like a very busy, when I-10 cuts through the city, that's the busy road. But before I-10 cut through the city, this road was always there. And there's a bunch of industry on both sides. There's car dealerships, factories, railroad tracks, everything. So it was a busy city that went to the port of Houston back in the day. It's a busy road. And now it's just like a side road that runs parallel to the major freeway. The businesses that have been there forever are still there. The buildings are still there. And so it's kind of like a service road for a bunch of companies. It's a back road to get into like, neighborhoods and stuff too. Here you are, message again, Moro. At Matt. Hello, Matt. TV if car dealerships can have sketchy drivers test driving. Yeah, I know. I was one of those sketchy drivers test driving the other day. Driving a 700 horsepower Aston Martin SUV. Wow! And I was like, that's the fastest SUV I've ever driven. That thing was nuts. That was good. It was a fast car. I was like, iDoc, you want to drive it? She goes, no, you can drive it. So today, just waiting. Market moved up on the bull move. You have Apple earnings today, Amazon earnings today. I took the trade and went there. And actually right here, I did close out my options, the majority of them. So I can average another point. I think the market's bullish or bearish from here. I still think the market's bullish in general. I just don't think with options, it's not about getting the trade right. It's about getting the timing right. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get the timing right today. But there is an opportunistic trade. One could MHP back the hedge pressure to DD band one more time to get 20 points in the S&P. It's always a good setup. NASDAQ is at MHP again a second time from like the start of the day, just like where we were. Problem is I usually, once I hit upper DD band, I usually call it. I don't really trade from here that much. You don't think the sales associate wanted you to drive? He took one look at you and profiled. You're actually a pretty good driver. I'm not gonna lie. Except for sometimes you parked weird in the garage, but that's okay. You thought you were gonna do, what is it, the Asian driver meme on Family Guy where the girl cuts 7 lanes of traffic. She's like, I'm gonna cut 7 lanes of traffic without using my blinker. Good luck, everybody else. Very true. If you go down to Bel Air in Houston, the driving is atrocious. It's worse than like New York City. There's no turn signals. There's people stopping in the middle of the road at full speed, just hitting their brakes on. It's a madhouse. You hate parking. It's the only reason I'm with you. I get it. And of all the clustering and craziness, somehow still people never wreck into each other, which is crazy. I guess they're just used to like, you know, crowded intersections, thousands of people at each intersection all over the place. Getting across 5 lanes of traffic, just as a normal thing. You know, that area of town is crazy. If you ever go out to the Bel Air part of Houston, the traffic is like, it feels like downtown New York, where it's just like stop and go, and cars everywhere, and everybody honking, and it's nuts. The true Asians don't wreck. They don't. It just looks dangerous, but they don't. I don't think she's ever been in a wreck since I've known her. She's never even hit anything with her car. Either her mom, too. Her mom's a pretty good driver. She's probably a better driver than I am, actually. I wreck my car about once a year. I hit something. You pick up 530 calls, QQ, a while back, 30th of June. Down slightly, but you're only down on theta. But way up from where it was. Contemplating cutting it now, but trajectory is looking good. Yeah, that's the thing. The trajectory is looking pretty good. The problem with calls that are that far out is that all it takes is like one Trump headache to like divert your position for 2 weeks, which kind of sucks. That's kind of what happened when I bought them where I did. I wish I would have bought June's in hindsight and would have held through this whole thing. But I only gave it 5 weeks, and I was being very aggressive on the V. And that's why I told you guys I have a very aggressive target. I said 5 weeks. And about 505 and 510, which is basically the extent of where I thought it would go, giving a week or so of chop. And we got like 2 weeks of chop, and now it can still feasibly go there. 510 and QQQ is not far away. It's 20 points away, 25 points away from here. There's about 1,000 points in NASDAQ, right? Well, it is 1,000 points in NASDAQ futures, so about 21,000. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to, again, continue longing this all the way up to the top as long as conditions improve. And waiting for that 1 week or two where we go up and then we sell off for a week and then let someone else eat that theta and I'll jump right in at the bottom. I'm the reason your insurance is so high. I probably am. Doc, have you ever wrecked a car before? I have to say, I've ridden with your mom and dad a bunch. They're very, very cautious drivers. So I'm assuming that you're also a cautious driver. If you learn from them. Of course, she's wrecked a car before. Dude, I have PTSD from some of my car wrecks. One time my car almost exploded on me. I mean, it caught on fire. I wrecked a car while delivering pizzas, listening to music. I was like jamming out too hard. And my pizza delivery car smacked right into the back of a truck that was stopped at a red light, going like maybe 35. Nothing happened to the guy. His trailer hitch punched through the front end of my bumper, and I just had a hole in the front of my car. Didn't have a dent on it whatsoever. It's a steel bumper. The guy gets out, and I was like, I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't even see you here. And he's like, oh, no, that's all right. Can I get one of them pizzas, though? I was like, I'm just kidding. No, it's okay, kid. Get on out of here. We don't have to call. He's like, my car looks good. I'm good. Get back to work. He was all in those, you know, have a good day, son, kind of. So that, I hit somebody in an intersection, accidentally running a red light, not trying to. My eyes like maybe thought it was green, and I went to an intersection, someone else did, and we just scraped each other on the side. It wasn't that bad of a wreck. And it was when I was like 20 years old. And then my Honda Civic I had in college, I was backing up and then I smashed into, I sound like a bad driver. I smashed into a light pole in a parking lot, just a concrete pylon. So that smashed up the back end of the car. So yeah, each one of my cars, with the exception of the Maserati, I've wrecked. Maserati I haven't wrecked. I didn't wreck the Porsche either. I didn't wreck my Audi. So I've been kind of good with my newer cars. When I was a kid though, I was just, because I had severe ADHD and I think that's what it was. I was always like distracted, I think. I Doc, hit your own patience once while falling asleep driving out of town for work. What? You invited him to keep his appointment with me and I checked his vision after. He still sued me, LOL. Just kidding. Oh. How do you accidentally run a red? I think because I think I see other cars moving, and therefore I think that it's not red. Like a lot of times, I think in that particular case, there was a car, like I was on this lane, and there's a car here, like it was a big truck. So like, my left side is blocked. I can't see, and so I'm pulling up to the light, and all of a sudden I see this truck moving, like still moving, and I'm like, oh, maybe it's green. So like if the car next to you makes a mistake or pushes into the intersection a little bit and hits the brake, my eye felt that it was green even though the light wasn't green. And so I just moseyed in the intersection, and then right out from in front of this truck, another car just was literally immediately there. So I think he wasn't paying attention, and then I wasn't paying attention, which made it worse. I think that's what happened. Motion parallax, yeah. Whatever. So I thought because he was moving, my brain was like, oh, light screen. So, you just focus on the road and the cars are moving with you. And since it's a longer truck and it's in front of you, if it's pressing through, then you're pressing through. And if he taps his brake, you're like, oh. But like I said, when you hit a car like this and the car's coming this and you're going this way, nobody gets hurt because you hit their front passenger side. So all it does is ding up your car a little bit. Like if you T-bone a car coming this way, as long as there's nobody in that seat, you just kind of dent up the car a little bit, but the driver's pretty safe. So nobody was injured or anything. And it was an intersection of like 30 miles an hour. So like, it was just a little ding. You're a rock shooter guy, so you know you trust data. iDoc is right. Data don't lie. That's true. Because now you don't want to sit in the car with me. You're a math guy. Probability is high with you behind the wheel. Data does not lie. I haven't wrecked a car in decades, though. It's been a while. Granted, when I did wreck my pizza, my pizza car, I was like screaming in my car, like, wow. I was like singing, like probably headbanging at the time. I had my hat on backwards, windows down, listening to metal music, cruising down the road. I was probably listening to Slipknot, you know what I'm saying? And just like Am I the only motherfucker with the brain? Wait, what happened? Oh my God. You know, this is like in 2000 when like Slipknot like first became big. Yeah, we lost some HP. That was a good time to close a lot of my option position out. I was probably just like headbanging and like bobbing my head and like having a good time. And then like you hit it and my car hits it and then comes up a little bit and then lands. Boom, 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 boom. The pizza's all like flipped upside down in the car. Good days. So I worked at Domino's for like 3 years when I was in college. I was a driver for like 6 months and they promoted me to manager because I was probably like the only non-stoned employee on my shifts. And so, plus I seemed trustworthy, I guess. So they promoted me to assistant manager and I was basically waking up in the mornings, going to the store. The manager would just run the morning shift, you know, prep the dough and get everything ready for the day, and take all the school orders and birthday party orders and stuff. You always get big orders for lunch, like schools and offices and whatever. I would do that. Then I go to class, engineering school. Classes were always in the afternoon. And then after engineering school, I'd go back and then I'd deliver pizzas on manager's salary. So like manager at the time, $5.15 was the minimum wage. Managers made $8. So I made $8 an hour. And then I would pick up a driving shift as much as I could to make $8 an hour plus tips. And to me, that was a killing in college. It made more money than a waiter. You'd have to bullshit for your money. Like, you know, you bullshit a table for an hour and you accidentally spill tea on somebody, they ain't gonna tip you. But with delivering pizzas, you just don't have to look fucking dirty when you show up. That's it. Everyone tips a pizza person. And now everything's DoorDash, it's digital. But nobody doesn't tip a delivery person unless you just look weird when you show up, or you look like you smell bad, or your hair's messed up or something. Like, show up with your hair combed, with a smile on your face. You're gonna get a tip as a pizza guy. You don't have to work for it. You just gotta show up on time. That's it. Wish waiting tables that easy. But $8 an hour in tips, man, I was popping, you know, even working like 20, 30 hours a week, I was popping $3 to $5 grand a month. In college, that was a decent amount of money. So I had to hustle a lot. A good busy weekend, I can make like, you know, $200 on a really busy Friday in tips. I got lucky. Plus $8 an hour for those 6 hours. Ooh. So, and plus in the mornings, like nobody would really, there'd be like 2 or 3 hours sometimes where there was nothing to do. So I'd be studying for my tests, waiting for the phone to ring. Kind of nice. Waiting tables though, you're always on your feet. You can't sit around and sit on your ass if you know, unless I guess you're the manager, but waiting tables, if there's nothing to do, they find stuff for you to do. Here's a broom, go sweep, go clean your section. At the pizza store, it's like you wash dishes if there's nothing to do. If all the dishes are washed, you just kind of all sit there and wait for the phone to ring. Nobody cares. So I'm like, oh, all this free time I can study for my organic chemistry test. And that was kind of, and my brother's the one that got me into it. My brother, the baseball player. So I had a brother play for the Giants. And when he was in college, he also delivered pizza. And he's the one that showed me like, that's how much money I make delivering pizzas. And I was waiting tables at a Mexican restaurant at the time for a couple months. And I was like, this is bullshit money for bullshit work. You're making $3 or $4 a table after hustling for 30 minutes. I'm like, this sucks. $2 an hour. What a waste of time. My brother's like, oh man, pizzas, dude. Make like twice as much. Oh, okay. It's like you put wear and tear on your car. If you have an old junker car, you don't even care. We both had like old junker cars. Great work, Fletcher. Fletcher, $500 away from passing your eval. Nice job. You blew a bunch of accounts before I started watching you in your boot camp. Done for the day because of the consistency rule. So you're leaving. We want to say thanks, Fletcher. I'm very excited for you, man. That's really awesome. I'm so excited to see people like take risk management from us and what we teach and then apply it. And you start to, you know, feel like you're doing better. And then you're cutting your day out. You hit your consistency rule and you're done. Like, this makes me very proud to see this. This is what we teach in the boot camp. So speaking of what Matt was saying about our mental news feed, remember White House releasing tariff news later today. Now the market is doing this. Yeah, right. So the market is pre-positioning for possible tariff news or positioning for Apple earnings, Amazon earnings, something, right? Yeah, you nailed it. So something must be going on. Why would we be selling? But we also open below MHP. It's right to sit below MHP. It feels really good to see the market pull back just a little bit and pocketing about 50K worth of profit in my calls, which was good. I'm excited to have made a little bit of money. But I still don't think we're selling off today. But yeah, as he's saying, it's probably right to speculate something might preemptively be happening. I think we're just moving lower as Apple and Amazon is a big part of probably too. Might be doing the same thing. But you never know if they're also doing the same thing because of possible White House news. Earnings after market's going to be a big mover for sure. And these companies, I think, are going to be more susceptible to impact of tariffs than Meta and Microsoft by 1,000%. Meta and Microsoft, I don't think have a lot of exposure to China. Maybe the chips, if they use, products to run their servers and stuff. But like Apple and Amazon directly are impacted by the tariffs many times more than Meta and Microsoft are. So those earnings came out really good. Curious to see what Apple's gonna do. Went to might have a deal with South Korea in a few days, so we're starting to see some contours of a deal. I have some concepts of a plan, guy. That doesn't really install much confidence. I have concepts of a plan. I have a plan to make a plan for my plan. Is this a buy on SPY hedge pressure? Let's look at the data. This is what you look at, right? So you look at your resiliences and see how much they've changed as an example to see how strong the pivot is. The first time we were at that, it was here. The first time we were at resilience was here. Now it's here. Now it's here. It's actually still better. So this could be a long to take. It definitely could be better. Let's see what QQQ is doing. Yeah, with resilience being slightly better here on hedge pressure, it's definitely a stronger pivot. So yeah, let me take one more trade off of that. It's the same trade from here to here. QQQ resilience, as we approached it the first time here, its resilience hasn't gotten weaker. What I'm trying to say. But yeah. Take a look at that one, yeah. That second bounce there one more time. I'll play it with you guys. I'll put it on this account though. So I need to trade it on a different account. I don't want to trade it on that account. That account's already made 3,000 for the day. I'm gonna hit consistency issues down the road if I keep pushing that account. So we're gonna just monitor this and see if resilience gets worse or not. Resilience being slightly better here than it was here. Here it was about minus 19 on NASDAQ and 14 on S&P. Here it's 40 on NASDAQ. So it's definitely a stronger pivot. So when resilience improves, right, we use that as an indicator to take a trade. And get a little bit of a retrace on this one. Maybe second press upper DD band. But we'll see. At least retrace to 20.029, so that would probably put me like right about to here. Just to push at maximum to there. Retrace about half that distance there on that move. I like it. See if we can get something on it. Oh, we already did the Tradeify giveaway. Sorry. Resiliences are slightly okay. We're just going to keep an eye out on this. Give me a little bump, baby. Think this trade a second time. 10 points S&P, that's it. Not looking too bad. About 60 points on Nasdaq from here, from at least the base point. Actually, no, sorry. 120 points on Nasdaq from the bottom, which was about 930, so about 22,000.0050. Doesn't make sense. 120 from here. 2,000.50. Oh yeah. Okay, just a retrace about here. About 20.050 was about where we'd be going on that one. Loving the bull market, putting money in my pocket. Ooh, baby. Let's run it. Oh. Let's run it. Let's run it. Let her rip. Got my 40 points. I'm good. Let's take the profit. All right. Man. I love bull markets. I love bull markets. Let's get my 40 points. 40 points. 40 points. 40 points. 40 points. Man. I love bull markets. I love bull markets more than anything. I love bull markets. Oh my goodness. Why does my computer say it's 9 in the morning? That's not right. It's 11 in the morning. I love bull markets. Ba, 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 ba. How much is this now? Gotta love bull markets. Being bull and it's bullish. 32.47 plus 23.69 plus 737 plus 16.42. That's not right. Hang on. Wait, oh, I can't even do this right. 3347 plus 2369 plus 2137 plus 2056 plus 1642 equals 11,005. Very nice. And there's the retrace. Target 2020 on the upper move, about to spy. Actually, no. Spy be roughly about here to close out. So that's it. That scalp is played out 6 times today. Great for $11,500 profit today. I thought you trade futures. I don't understand what you're talking about. I am trading futures. Can't you see the word NQ right here off to the side? Wait. You trade futures and you don't look at the ETFs to go with the index? Oh, my friend, I'm glad you were here. I'm going to teach you something. How can you trade futures and not look at QQQ and SPY to go with it? That is very valuable information. You got to look at both of them. When you're trading futures, You must look at every aspect of what's going on. And actually what you see on my screen is I'm trading futures here. I'm monitoring the stocks in the S&P and the stocks in the NASDAQ here. I'm monitoring QQQ and SPY here. I'm probably the first person you've ever watched that doesn't use charts to trade futures. How do I make 76% win rate with Tradeify? Now I'm up $115,000 with these guys, and I don't even use charts. Isn't that crazy, right? I don't use charts for futures. Very rarely do I. I have levels and that's it. I look for clues everywhere I can to make my trades. Pivoting in SPY is going to line up with pivoting in futures. So I'm looking at them for clues. I'm not trading the QQQ and SPY. It's a whole different style of trading. If you're going to trade futures, you want to trade and understand every piece of what makes that stuff move. So it's a good question. I like that question. But yeah, so why am I looking at QQQ and SPY? Because I want extra clues trading futures. All you see on my screen related to futures is my DOM, buy and sell. I've invented a whole novel way to trade that's different. But it makes a lot more sense, right? 7th time is the charm, Christoph. Isn't that crazy, dude? This has been such a cool day of pivots off of the hedge pressure today. Trade number 3 on a BLD is a very strong setup as long as all of your data looks good. And all the data looks good today. No irrational signals. Nothing's bad. Alerts are good. Resiliences are strong. I mean, this day has just kind of been candy trading all day. Very nice. I told you guys, bull markets are so much fun. The market's easier. The pivots are good. The pivots are clean. It's very nice. Cam, the new class starts in 2 Mondays. We still meet every day. It's just the class won't start for like 2 more Mondays, though. We'll start over. We're still meeting and discussing trade plans on the tail end of the boot camp. You want to do another Tradeify giveaway? One more Tradeify giveaway. Let's do one more. One more giveaway. We give away so much stuff on the stream. It's incredible. All right, everyone type in Tradeify. Hold on, let me reboot this. One more. I give away accounts every single day. I give away upwards. I think this last month I gave away 75 prop accounts. I give away an account or 2 or 5 every day. It just depends. We give away Tradeify straight to funded accounts as well. If you guys are here, want to watch the stream, at 11 o'clock every single day, if we have 500 viewers, I give away a funded account. I give away funded accounts like hotcakes. All right, one more. This is going to be for another Tradeify 50K advanced. This is for advanced.
Early mornings, charts up, trying to see what's forming. Mad on the mic, yeah, we schooling. Options open, gotta keep it moving. Came from the bottom, now we analyzing trends. Wrist tight, stop loss, never break, never bend. Candles talking to me, I don't need new friends. Rocket scooter running plays, we ain't here to pretend. Numbers don't lie, but emotions do. Fear and greed, man.
Type in Tradeify.
Stick to the plan, we gon' see this through.
I don't know why Doc stays with me, I swear to God. She's gonna leave me one day. Got 10 seconds, I'm gonna spin the wheel. This is a Tradeify 50K advance. Rocket scooter, yeah, we set in the space. I see the breakout, volume on the rise. NQ moving, got that fire in my eyes. Never over leverage, gotta strategize. Dude, I love this song. It's so good. TK, congratulations. They don't understand the grind, only see the shine. Back test game strong, yeah, I put in time. Awesome job. You've got 1 minute to say something in chat. Tell me your Discord name in chat as well, and you have 10 minutes to send me a message in Discord. Everybody is like, I'm T-Kit. Hey, what if the funny gag is that Victor was the one that was scamming everybody? I wouldn't put it past him. Victor is the one in chat pretending to be everybody. I knew it. I knew it. T-Kit, good job. Okay, T-Kit, what's your Discord name? Type it really quick. You have 1 minute to type it. I know it was Victor. Yeah, keep your eye on that guy. That's right, Chester Freak. I knew that. I thought I knew that. Just send me a message in a DM in Discord in the next 10 minutes, and I got you, bud. Congrats, man. What did dogs? And there's his keys. Yeah, Victor leaves his keys here. He gets into my computer, leaves his keys on my desk. Congrats, guys. If I stream for 1 more hour, we'll give away 1 more account in an hour. It's for a 50K advance. Celebrating my 100K profit with Tradeify. I'm now up 110K profit with Tradeify, which is good. Congrats, guys. Victor's the pinnacle of integrity. Would never. Oh, he would. Victor would always. Victor would not never. He would always. He would be the ringleader of a contest scam circle. You know it. Actually, no. Victor's a quality dude. It's the only way. Take it to 1 million. Well, at 80K payouts, Tradeify caps you out, and then they put 75 of that into 5 different live accounts. My goal is to get a huge enough account size such that once I get my 80K payouts, they've got no alternative but to give me 75, the full amount. Like, you know, if you've been paying attention to what some of the other influencers are doing, like Pat got 2 live accounts with Tradeify, but he only got 2, and I think they were maybe like 20K each or 15K each. So the goal is, hold on, is that when you go, oh my God, I lost my voice for a minute. Is that when you go live, the maximum they give you is 15K. I hate when you just like lose your voice for a minute. I didn't even cough or anything. 15K per account, up to 5 accounts. So I need 75K worth of buffer total and 15K in each account total after 80K payouts. So my goal, when I told you guys in December, I'm like, well, I'm gonna do, or February, I'm gonna do something crazy with Tradeify. I'm just gonna say ignore consistency and just make as much as I can, and then worry about payouts later, which is what I'm doing now. Now I'm like, okay, let me start getting paid out with this. Get the buffer in the account, get rid of all the rules. There's no more drawdown. There's no more daily loss limit. Once you get high enough in the accounts, that all goes away. So now I'm just trading real trading accounts that I'm not gonna blow up, which is great. So now I have no rules pretty much, and now I just got to make it to payout every day with consistency. Then once I start taking payouts, then at some point they're either going to say, we need to move this guy on a live before he starts taking more money, or just let me get to the 80K maximum anyways, and they move you to live automatically. Either case, when they finally decide, let's move him to live, the balance is so huge, I walk away with 5 $15,000 accounts. So my goal was to make just so much with them that when they finally push me to live, I get the maximum live account. And so my goal was to not have any rules at all with these guys and don't even care about the consistency. The goal is to get a live account that's max funded. And then next, I'm going to try to go get on the top step leaderboard and then try to do whatever. My goal is to be the #1 trader on every leaderboard I go to. So we'll see if that happens, but we'll see. There's a lot of good people out there, so it's tough. It's a tough competitive world, but we'll see if I can't make my way onto those leaderboards. Where's the song? Oh, we play the other song. We have two contest songs. Make you a mod, and you'll ban everybody who enters more than once for the giveaway. Deal. Congratulations. Welcome to the team. And I told Victor, if he doesn't win for a month, we'll make Victor a mod too. Just ban. No, don't enter. They're just being Errol. They're just being silly. Don't ban people. Let people. It's okay. Let people for the giveaway type in as much as. Look, it doesn't hurt the stream. YouTube loves when you spam comments, so let people spam the comments. spam Tradeify if they want. You only enter one time anyways. But, you know, if somebody like writes the same thing like 50 times, you can ban them or remove the comment. Don't ban anybody. Unlimited power. Do you feel it? Do you feel the power? You didn't win for a month. You didn't win for like 2 months. Okay. This is true. All right. This is big for Rocket Scooter. I'd like to say a big congratulations to our two newest moderators to the team. Victor, don't make me doubt this decision. Victor now wields unlimited power, as does Little Blue. Victor's now going to rig the contests. You know it. Almost are getting like twice as many business loan calls left and right. I already regret the decision. I'm just kidding. Update your total now. That is updated. That's the latest. I haven't made any trades since I closed out. That's the latest on the Dom. Whatever you do not snap your fingers. Even Victor is a faster mod than you. Okay, guys. What should I do today for the rest of the day? Nice, lovely day today. So now this time, guys, check this out. We bounced on hedge pressure once and we're bouncing again, and hedge pressure resilience has gotten less good. From the people in the class, would you take the long or not? That's a question. Pop quiz. This is what we made resilience for. It was a pivot that went there, and now we're here again. What do we do? Fewer stocks are here. More stocks have pushed through this way. Yeah, so probably not take it. Hedge pressure is not an EST trade, however. All the time. Number 3 is a small setup, but when you lose confluence or you convince yourself there is no confluence, a small becomes a sit out. So one could argue that at this bounce, it's less strong. Blue is telling you the strength of the bounce, which is what's so beautiful about our indicators. It is weaker now as fewer stocks are holding. So then I wouldn't take the long, right? Could follow the half gap. And Brian is right, dude. I think that's about what I'm looking for. Yeah. So the question is, the worst I'd expect today would be a fall to half gap. And then from here, I could bounce it back up. Yeah. Right, so in this particular case, I wouldn't be taking the trade a second time. While I did get that scalp the first time, as the price was advancing off of the blue line, like we see this off of hedge pressure, we were declining in resilience. Anytime you're advancing on the index and declining in resilience, that's why I took my profit and didn't hold it for any further. The resilience is the best indicator a futures trader can have. Now, it's ticking up right now, but we'll see. It's watching all the stocks in one gulp and telling you the strength of your pivots. It's so good at what it does. They're color coded. Blue's for the blue one, orange is for the orange one. White's for the white one. But if you sub to Pro Plus now, will I be able to start the bootcamp videos now or have to wait for the rest in 2 weeks? Yep, Chris, you can start now. And the point is, if you guys join our bootcamp, it's 20 days for $20. It starts in 2 weeks on Monday. It's by far the best thing that we do here. Our bootcamp is a very robust training program on how to bet in the markets. It's a betting strategies program. And we teach you trend identification, market avoidance strategies, like when to sit out and where to cut risk and add risk and where to set stops and all that. We teach you all the pieces of betting in the market and how to find high volume pivots, which is what we specialize in. And so in the bootcamp is a whole journey into training a trader. The reviews people have left on our website have just been spectacular. I've been so excited to create like what I wanted to create. My goal was to create the world's best trader training program. It's not a chart reading class. It's not a candlestick reading class. It's not like your traditional day trading course. It is a course, a master class on how to bet correctly, the right size, the right everything. We started in August 8 months ago, and it's been such a huge hit. And people just have been like calling it worth every penny, different than anything else you've seen. Best deal on the internet. It's only 20 bucks for 20 courses. And so we meet every single day for an hour and only costs you $1. And that's because we don't want to sell a trading course. I'd love to give it away for free. That's as free as it can get. Somebody says, absolutely nothing like this. Powerful insight. If you're looking for an edge in the market, trust me, there's a massive value here. These are all people that have bought the course and left their own review on their own. There's no incentive for people to leave good reviews. I don't pay or bait people or anything. People write their own words. Somebody joined in 2024. This is the first, have been profitable every week ever since. That's kind of cool. This product is revolutionary. The quality of coaching and consistency is exceptional and amazing value. Amazing, one of the best trading products out there, worth paying for. Blah, 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 blah. So the boot camp is very solid. But I think what makes people really enjoy it is the fact that it's only 20 bucks for 20 days. And so there's not like a $500 commitment. And we were really packed the value in. It's the most prideful thing that we have. Like, I love the platform, but the boot camp to me is my baby. To create a trader training program that has actually changed people's lives according to their testimonies makes me feel like I did something good. And people are like, what's the catch? 20 bucks? Well, what do you get like halfway through and you drop the $500 price tag? I'm like, no, 20 bucks, start to finish. It's actually free for me. And we have 2 employees that make the videos and edit them and make the handouts. And, you know, your 20 bucks a month pays 2 people's salaries and covers the overhead, and it's free for us. So it's basically a free class. And I love teaching it because it really shows people what they've been missing in trading. A lot of times you guys are going to learn candlestick or technical indicator theories that are going to be helpful to maybe try to identify trends. But what you'll realize is that there's a lot of weakness in trying to trade rather than trying to analyze the market. Victor donated 2, is that euros? I'm such a closeted American. I don't even know what the symbols of the other dollars around the world are. Is that euros? The E with the, is that 2 Bitcoin? What did you give me there? Okay, hold on, Victor. Is that like $1,000 USD? That's hilarious. Oh, Victor, I've seen that video before of a guy like he got oh man, that's the first. He had a camera on his dashboard. The guy got in a wreck. Flipped his car over. Eek. That's me with the pizza. Yeah, that is me with the pizza. It wasn't that bad though, but it was pretty bad. On the front end of the car. You're waiting for lower DD bounce? Yeah, I am. I'm waiting for something, you know, something good. Take the boot camp, your knowledge will expand years. And to the point, what we want to do is with the boot camp is actually a trader training program on how to properly bet in the stock market. Like most people, this is most of you, right? Most of you, your account like does this and this and this, and then I finally make some money and then you're good. And then it's like that, right? This is like the journey of everybody's trading account. And you know, what you really want to see is something a little more like, you know, this. You'd love to see that, right? This does not come from predicting the market. I'll tell you right now. I probably, of anybody you do watch, you might think I have a crystal ball. You might think this Matt seems to always get his trades right. This guy is a freaking guru, Nostradamus. Give him a crystal ball. Take him to Vegas. No, I'm not. Nobody can read the stock market. It's absolutely random. I'm no better than anyone else at guessing the direction of this nonsense. I've got no special power. I've got nobody sending me information in my ear. I've got no insight other than logic to go at this thing. And so what makes me consistent as a trader has nothing to do with picking the direction. Most people are trying to pick a direction every day. Let me long or short this and see where it goes. And they're using indicators to try to pick direction, and then that's it. And if you ever believed that that was how you make money in the market, you're not. Each time you bet in the market is a coin flip. Maybe you can line up your odds to say it's slightly better or slightly worse to long or short it, and that's the best you can do. And that's what we do. We have odds and we have slightly better, slightly worse kind of thing. But the real art form is betting correctly. The right amount for the risk you're taking, how confident you are in the trade. We have the best confluence indicators of any trading platform, period. The indicators allow me to size my bet correctly, to size down when I need to not take too much risk when I don't need to. They tell me when something's not up. And that's when somebody asked earlier, you're trading futures. Why are you looking at QQQ? Well, that is the part of this, right? Why would you just trade futures, look at a futures chart, right? S&P, SPX has all kind of things that are in that. SPX is a sum of the stocks, right? Okay. So what are the stocks doing? There's also SPY, which is the biggest and largest ETF on the planet. SPY is an ETF that's trading up and down, that's tracking the S&P. You have ES futures, which are tracking the S&P. You have VIX, which is tracking SPX options. And you have VIX futures, which are forecasting the VIX. If you're trading the SPX and you're only looking at ES and a chart on ES, you are by far a weak trader. Your skill set is weak. You're showing up to a baseball game with one cleat and no glove. You kind of look foolish. Why would you trade and bet on the direction of the SPX without looking at everything that's tied to it all at one time? So if there's a hedge fund that's getting squeezed and they got to dump something, they might sell their SPY before they sold anything else. I need to find clues everywhere I can. Hell, somebody might be worried that Donald Trump's going to say something today and the market's like nice and high, but then all of a sudden the VIX starts to pick up some momentum while the market's high. That's suspect. Why are people loading rapid, near the money, near-term calls on SPX that expire within the month? Something's afoot, right? So like when you're trading, you must look at everything in one gulp. Now that's what our goal was, to get everything on one page, make it easier. I am watching everything all in one spot. Ready? Here's where it goes. I usually have a futures chart up here, but my futures account, somehow I can't log in today. Something odd going on there. But I'll have futures chart here, ETF chart here. I've got what the stocks are doing here, here, and here. I've got what the VIX unusual rules here and here. I've got something telling me if there's an index catalyst or irrational moves here and here to warn me what's going on in the market. So I can watch the stocks, the ETF, the futures, and the VIX all in one spot. And now I can trade futures the best way possible. And we train you guys to be able to do that. You're monitoring 3 or 4 things at once because you want to look for clues everywhere. If somebody's getting squeezed before a market sell-off or preparing for a market sell-off, they're going to move somewhere. But why just look at one chart? The evidence will be somewhere. Like an example, today, we hit our pivot a second time, but the stocks are in a worse situation than they were before. So while the market did bounce here, I wouldn't be in a bet that we go all the way to there and keep going just yet, because the deterioration of both the blue and the white and the orange are showing me that the stocks are losing momentum, and actually more stocks are flipping into a negative gamma situation rather than positive on these weekly options. So I can see that all in one spot. That's kind of the difference in what we do here. Just browsing today after a solid morning, need some laughs. This video came to mind. Wait, what video? Scott Sterling. Oh. Let's presume they have no rocket scooter. How would you trade futures? Oh, I wouldn't. I wouldn't give up a 75% win rate for any other thing in the world. Before I had rocket scooter, I traded like 50%. Before I built all these tools, I was like 50% or less. I used to have to make a lot, have big winners, small losers. The rocket scooter is a genuine edge for me. In the worst bear market we've seen since COVID, I still had 75% win rate. That's impossible. That's like nobody can do that. So I wouldn't even, if I couldn't have rocket scooter, I wouldn't trade. I wouldn't go back to what it was like before. Are you kidding? Before I was just guessing with good risk management. Now I've got statistical edge to go. I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all do a single other thing. I couldn't even name anything out there that's even close to being consistent as far as what it's supposed to and designed to do. VIX is starting to pick up some steam over the last maybe 7 or 8 hours, which you have to take note of as well. I think there's a lot of people hedging on the potential for extended volatility on the onset of the earnings reports from Apple and Amazon today. With VIX trading slightly higher, not terribly higher, but inching higher just means that people are kind of taking caution here. So our setting tonight. Awesome, dude. Yeah, start the first video. Get a couple videos ahead, and that's the easiest way to learn anything is always be one step ahead of the teacher. We the best, baby. We'll be the biggest stream one day. Biggest and best. We get bigger every single day, man. It's been crazy. If more people join the stream day after day after day, it's really flattering. Glad you guys enjoy it. But I think, you know, people are like, oh, Matt, you're growing so big. Can you give me some tips? Like, how did you get so big? I'm like, how are you growing so fast? I was like, I just show my trades. I don't really do anything flashy other than put on a Cobra Kai headband and dance every once in a while. I just show my trades, and I think that's really important for people. They just want to see what you do. There's a lot of people out there that don't show their trades, or they show their trades only when they're winning and they pull it on the screen. And people are usually like, well, I like this person, so let me just still stick with it. But in reality, you know, there's a lot of camera tricks a lot of the streamers use to kind of mask their performance. They don't do as well as you think they do, I promise. This is just full transparent. I'm like, I'm gonna trade one firm, one set of accounts, let you see the total. Here's the balance. I'll give you guys the P&L every single day is always a screenshot on my screen of the actual current balance. Anytime somebody says update the screenshot, I'll update the screenshot. I only trade 5 accounts on the stream. And then every single month, at the end of the month, I post the entire monthly performance on Twitter. I post the whole thing. Where are the videos? The videos are on the My Classes section of the Rocketplace site or in the Discord and in the 28 Bootcamp. The market's really changed so much since they introduced the daily 0 DTE SPY and QQQ. They've had those for a while. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday QQQ options were a thing for a long time, as far back as I can remember. And then maybe in like 2022, 2021, somewhere in there, they made Tuesday and Thursday weekly expiring SPY and QQQ options for 2 weeks out. So they shifted from the Monday, Wednesday, Friday model of 6 weeks to being Monday through Friday for 2 weeks, and then Friday only every week after. I believe is how they do it now. Actually, no. It's not Monday through Friday every week after. It's Monday, Wednesday. Let me just remember. My brain just had a brain fart. It's always on the answer to this. It is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Friday. That's right. No, it is Monday. That's right. I was right. Monday through Friday for 2 weeks, and then Friday after for the additional 4 weeks. That's right. So because of that, the answer is yeah. You know, people hedging on the cheap. There's a lot of money tied up into these near-term hedging options. They're super dirt cheap to buy, very little risk on the table, highly leveraged, and if the market crashes or whatever, it pays off very well. Bugatti, what's up, man? What's up, my brother? I tell your sister to come in here, but I hear her on the phone with her work. Get her to come say hey. Can I get away with just taking the class and coming here, relying on the platform that you have on here? I tried your trial, but got so confused with your platform and data connection. What do you mean data connection? You get your liquidity map data feed by clicking the data at the top right. and then upgrading your data. I mean, yeah, you could just freeload and watch the stream, but it'd be kind of nice if you'd support the platform. You know, we do have bills to pay and stuff. Futures data. Oh, futures data. All you do is connect a CQG futures data feed. So you just call a broker. We send you an email with instructions when you sign up. You should have got the email, but if you didn't, you just go to a broker like AMP or somebody and deposit money into a trading account there and then buy data feeds with it. So you buy your data feeds from a broker. Most people use AMP. Super, super easy to set up. So you'd go to AMP's website as an example. And we're not endorsed by them, not get kickbacks by them. You can choose any broker. AMP is who I use. You do the same thing anywhere. You go to the broker site, sign up for a trading account, deposit some money into it, and they deduct that money every month to pay for your data feeds. You don't even have to trade. AMP has a $100 minimum deposit. That's why everybody uses them. And then they give you a login, and that login works for Rocket Scooter. So at the size that we are, we don't buy futures data feed and redistribute it. Down the road, we get big enough, we could to make it easier. But it would be more expensive for you if we did that. If you have a broker and broker data feed that tunnels in, it's only like $14 a month. If you buy the data from us, it's like $75 a month. If redistributing data is very expensive. So this is the cheap way to get futures data. Can you trade with AMP and Rocket Scooter in a live account? Yeah, AMP is a real account. So AMP is a live futures account. You can trade that inside of our platform. Once you connect it, you can execute your trades inside of the platform from any real brokerage account. Thought I was going to be on My Funded TV today. Well, my camera situation was messed up. I couldn't get my camera to work. I'm going to figure it out today, and then I'll be on there tomorrow. So I'll be on My Funded Futures tomorrow. Does it work with NinjaTrader? No, NinjaTrader is a separate platform. So I have a business loan call probably. Let's see what they have to say. Hello? Did you guys hear that? Oh, I'm sorry, I muted it. That was a phone call that said it was a recording, and the phone call goes, "Hi, this is Ember. Do you feel like after your last car wreck, you didn't receive enough compensation?" We were just talking about car wrecks today. AI scam. They're listening to us out there, dude. The minute I make Victor mod, then I get suspicious phone calls again. I knew it. I knew it. They're always listening. I got Apple selling my iPhone, listening to me and selling my data. Probably reading the YouTube transcript. Yep. What do you guys think? Inverted head and shoulders on cues? What's up, bro? What's up, broski?
The whole room is so much cooler now. It's a whole world of difference.
You know why? Because I'm not sitting here cooking a processor that was melting. That's why it was hot in here.
Yeah.
That processor was just like running super hot.
Yeah.
Just because it's Intel and it sucks, and then
We're basically ready for summer. That was the thing I was worried about. Summer.
Bro, can you calm down, Pickle? Hey, come here. You must hate these lights, dude. Wait, why are you pawning him off onto me?
I'm not planning him.
Oh.
I just wanted to close the so he
I
was
mean,
me.
thank you for leaving my son here. I love him to death.
Love you.
Uncle Bugatti said hey.
Hi.
He's like, I want to say hey to my sister. I think he might be gone,
Oh,
but
is he Korean? I forgot.
I don't know if he's still here. He just stopped by to say hey.
안녕, 오빠.
Bugatti, she asked if you're Korean.
I don't know why I thought he was Korean.
Can TradingView data be connected? TradingView and TradeAway data can be connected. Usually data aren't cross-platform compatible from each broker or each platform.
Wanna do both to celebrate your winning streak?
Look, I made like 11K more
That's
today.
crazy.
It was a good day.
Sunny outside.
Can I connect to Thinkorswim instead of AMP? Again, you can't, like, not every platform we can connect to yet. I'd love to be able to connect to Thinkorswim. Their API department is like basically non-existent though, and it might be hard to build that these days. We do have legacy API Thinkorswim accounts though, which still have connection to it, so I might be able to build it, but we haven't spent any time this year building connections to other brokers. Not yet. If you have a futures account on Schwab, usually they're not transportable. So yeah, you have an account for different places, you can't. So the CQG is like the real futures world, like the FCMs basically. So your standard brokers like a Schwab or a Interactive Brokers or something, they usually don't work with CQG. We have to build an API to connect to them directly. And that's a huge kind of feat. And I don't know if that's something we're going to be doing anytime soon, because our goal is to build educational material on the platform, not necessarily have all the brokers. We'd like to do all of it, but we just don't have the capacity to build that all right now. I'm trading TradeAway on TradingView. Yeah, so what you do, guys, is just trade. Like I trade in my TradeAway off to the side, and then I just have Rocket Scooter open off to the left. So the software information here, and then I just trade off to the right. When you say auto rejected, how do I find these values from which you have trades like the blue and yellow line? Is that explained in the class you sell? 100%. It's the indicators are automated. The algorithm plots them automatically on the chart. Every single morning when the market opens, the algorithm gives me the pivots and it tells me the direction of the flow. So the example today, the direction of the flow is between blue, orange. See where my mouse is moving from here? Look to the right. See my mouse? Up, down, up, up, down, up. It's passing in between the blue and the orange as expected, which is really nice. On SPY, below the blue, there is no actionable pivot. So it's telling me there's nothing to do here to sit out. So the algorithm is telling me to sit out. It still says order rejected after buying data subscription. Wait, where at? Eduardo, what are you talking about? After buying data subscription with who? Buying data, especially if you're buying like equities data from us, is not a brokerage account. So if you tie in a CQG account in TradingView for TradeAway, oh, I have no idea what goes on at TradingView and TradeAway. That's between them. You have to ask them. Not really sure. Because like TradingView and TradeAway have nothing to do with us, so I wouldn't know. I didn't buy into this last dip because monthly hedge pressure resilience was looking worse. And so as it was bouncing through there, when I told you guys, would y'all buy the second dip? And some of y'all said no. And while it did bounce another time, it's not gaining the momentum that we wanted to see. So that was a smart play, not too long last time. Very excited, guys. What a great day today. Let me process some of my little things here. We're requesting some payouts. Now, Tradeify has gotten rid of their payout windows, which is great. That's really exciting. I'm very excited to see that. He got Victor send me the meme that says neat. I love it with Bender. Neat. Yeah, so with TradeOvate and TradingView having issues, you might want to contact TradingView as to what's going on with your account. If it's saying order rejected in TradingView with your TradeOvate account tied to it, it could be that your account doesn't have the margin to buy or sell whatever it is you're trying to buy or sell. Or that your account is restricted from trading. That's a question you would need to ask them about. It's been a good month, guys. Very good month. What is he wanting? Oh, here. We're trying to talk about right now getting an AI chat built into the website to help you guys with customer support and services, so that you guys would ask questions like, how do I connect data, this and that. And the AI chat would be like on point of getting you all that information. About to that extra hour, we're gonna do the extra giveaway. All right, y'all do one more. One more giveaway to celebrate, and we'll call it a day. Oh, K-Spec is the answer. There's an add-on feature in TradeOvate you need to activate in settings to let TradingView trade it. Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Matt, do you have thoughts on Kim Carson? He has a Words of Wisdom podcast episode, was explaining technical terms like Vanna and Charm. Your boot camp made what he was talking about make more sense. Yeah, he's a very smart guy. You know, he understands markets at the detail or depth that I understand markets, which I really enjoy when I meet people that are that technical about things. And I don't know if I've ever seen any of his trading results, or if he even trades, if he's just an analyst, I don't know. But I've been on a few podcasts. I've been on a podcast with him, and I've seen him on a couple other podcasts talk. Very smart guy. Yeah, Vanna and Charm are kind of like delta hedging Greeks. They're about the sensitivity of delta to different things, volatility and time. So like Charm is your delta sensitivity to time, and Vanna is your delta sensitivity to volatility. So it's like additional delta hedging to adjust. Delta hedging. So it predicts order flow in a degree. It's become a hot topic because all the exposure gurus out there, when we talk like they're kind of like in our industry, that speak about and preach gamma exposure. Vanna and Charm is just another way to be a little more technical. They are important, but not that important. The impact can be significant in certain instances and negatable in others. So what happens is Vanna, the easiest way to remember Vanna and Charm is Vanna is V for volatility. So options Vanna is the sensitivity of delta to the change in delta due to the change of implied volatility. And Charm is time. Charm and time, they kind of rhyme in a way, a little bit. So essentially, like, delta will, like, if I have an option right now, I can use Black-Scholes and predict what the value of that option is going to be at expiration. Okay, that's what Black-Scholes is supposed to do. What's the value of that option now? And then you can use the equations to forecast what's the value going to be at any point in time, actually. And so as there's no such thing, or like, you know, delta is the rate of change of the price of the option divided by, or it's the price of the option change divided by the change in the price of the underlying. That's your delta. And so delta will have different effects based on the IV and the time in general. And it's a good thing to understand that when you're forecasting how many shares somebody needs to buy, like somebody sold option right now, and that option is at delta 70 and it expires in 3 weeks. How many shares would somebody need to hold in that option now to mitigate the maximum amount of risk or exposure? Purely delta hedging. Well, they can delta hedge right now and just buy 70 shares. Okay, but they also can forecast how that delta is going to change over the next 3 weeks and say, well, it's 70 now, but that delta is probably going to be changing faster as the IV is decaying. I can see that the IV is decaying a certain rate. So therefore, the delta change is going to be less as the option's underlying price moves. So then I can forecast, aha, the options, like the underlying price is going up. Therefore, I can forecast how much my delta will be based on the other parameters, Vanna and Charm. It's very advanced, and it's something that you wouldn't be using as a day trader. It's like a quantitative approach to like hedging. Very sophisticated mathematically, but very useful in instances that it is. And would you care about the sensitivity of delta being an extra 0.1 over the next 3 weeks because of IV sensitivity? What does that add? Like 5 or 10% to your gain or loss? It's effective when you're trading millions of dollars and hedging millions of dollars. Yeah, as a day trader, a lot of people overemphasize Vanna and Charm as like the next big thing. And as a day trader, you're absolutely going to ignore it. It's not useful to you to the degree at which it matters. It's useful for fine-tuning your hedging approach. Does that make sense, I guess? And I love it. And Kim Carson's is a very gifted individual. So, very smart guy. But talking about it is a very hot topic now because computationally, it's not hard to figure out the value of your option and how the value of your option is going to change. When you're planning an options trade, it's very important to understand all the valuing parameters, right? And Vanna and Charm is a very hot topic among like the exposure elitists out there that love to talk about as detailed as you can with the sophistication of what they know. It has a lot to do with the dealer hedging because dealers are trying to neutralize their risk. So you can basically utilize the idea that delta is forced buying and selling. So with Vanna and Charm, you basically can say if IV were to like basically if IV were to decrease, right? That a certain that it would force dealers to buy or sell more futures just as IV is changing. Because if the Vanna allows the delta to be different because the IV is different, therefore changes in IV will force order flow. And then Charm is the same thing where changes in time will force order flow. It's a way to look at it in a more concrete sense. And anybody that's doing any kind of hedging will do the same analysis. It's just really nicely defined. Be simply put, you can watch and plot IV over time. You can watch and plot time to expiration, and you can forecast additional order flow. So you can basically say, is the seesaw tilted for more or less buying or selling based on charm or Vanna? Ah, it's positive. Okay, there's gonna be more longing here. The pivot will be stronger. You know, people use it for that. Always not understood how you think you have a formula that's closer to what dealers are doing than any other gamma exposure computations, because nobody else, because I can look at the data that anyone else has published in the major platforms out there, and all they are options exposure heat maps. I can stare. It's like if you were an artist and you stared at a painting and your brain just goes, aha, I can see that you use blue, green, red, and orange, and that's why it's this brown color. And you're like, holy shit, how did you know that? Well, I've stared at 20,000 paintings. I know colors. So I can stare at what everybody's made and tell you exactly how they're made. Nobody is any more sophisticated than being a Greek exposure OI heat map or order flow, delta exposed order flow kind of model. And these are very simple things to make and produce. And everybody copies each other and gives the same information. I've never seen anybody boil down gamma exposure to a single level like we do, which is what's required. Gamma is a maximum exposure where you want to have what is the actual actionable point of this. So I've never seen anybody produce an actionable pivot off of gamma exposure models, except for us. All right. You guys ready? Tradeify. One more. To celebrate 100K of Tradeify, we'll give away one more today. Access to the dealer book to have the visibility. There's no such access to have visibility of what each individual firm is doing on their own. We mathematically can derive from behaviors. We know what a dealer is supposed to do, and then we look at it. No name. Congratulations. No name. You have 1 minute to type something in chat. You want a 50K advanced account with Tradeify. You have to say anything in chat. Tell me your Discord name in chat. Usually the easiest way to do it. From the website, you don't understand what Tradeify is about? It's a prop firm. You pay a little bit of money to paper trade, and if you do well enough, they pay you. It's a contest. Maybe you have no name. No name. Could be that. Yeah. True that. I didn't clear it from the last giveaway. They could be gone. Well. That's a long list of people. Viv, are you here? I didn't clear the list off, I know. I removed your message, Chiefs Kingdom. I think like you accidentally cut and paste your password into chat for something. I got you, bro. That looked like the password to me. No Viv. Okay, we'll do it one more time. For one of you guys to cut and paste a link to your favorite Pornhub site on accident. Oh, there. Viv. All right. Okay. Congratulations. Okay. You have two things to do. Number one, you need to tell me your Discord name right now. So what is your name in Discord? Just type it up and hit enter. And you've got 10 minutes to send me a message in Discord. Last second, she's back. Here, she's back. Oh, that was your Discord name? Oh, okay. I was like, I got you back, dude. I got you. Anytime I see like numbers with dollar signs after it, I'm like, okay, that's probably someone's password. Cutting and paste. Okay. No, you need to tell me your Discord name here. I need to know. You have to type it in chat to verify that it's you. That way I can tie 2 and 2 together. That's some shot clock cheese right there. Oh, yeah. 100%. Viv, what's your Discord name? You have to respond with your Discord name. That's the new rule. If you don't, you don't win. So if you don't tell me your name, you don't win. I have to. People are starting to scam us lately for the contests. They're creating one right now. Yeah, so basically, you who are in the stream have to tell me your Discord name. How does it take this long? I'm not sure. Viv, you're about to forfeit your prize if you can't tell me your Discord name. Or just tell me you don't have one. How to find your own Discord name? You would have, it's just your login name. You have a name, like mine's RS Matt. You don't need the numbers. It doesn't have to be a scientific approach here. It just need to know what's your Discord name. This is for me to verify that you are who's messaging me. Because I will get 3 people message me right now and say I'm Viv. And so I have to know who you tell me you are. Okay. I don't know if this person understands what I'm saying. I'm gonna forfeit your prize, and I'm gonna count to 30. Unless you say something. It's okay if you literally make it. Just tell me what you want it to be. Wait, it doesn't matter if it's a new creation. It doesn't matter if it's a new creation or not. Yeah, what's going on here? What's going on? Do I see the person's name? What is going on here? Where did she post it? I don't see it. Hold on. I don't see it. You guys are putting... Oh, okay. That's cool. Oh, I didn't... Really? I didn't see it. Oh, okay. Above the stream elements code? That's so weird. I don't see it. You guys throwing memes and stuff. I don't even see it. I don't see the post. Hold on. Okay. I need Jeopardy music, I do. What is wrong with me? Don't make fun of somebody's Discord name. They might have just made a Discord. It's okay if they just made one. It's totally fine. I have to make sure that the person messaging me in Discord is a person on the stream, so they don't steal your account from you. Okay. I swear, I am freaking out. I don't see it. Hold on. Message your Discord, okay? Yeah, I'm looking for the green V in chat. I don't see that person posting a second time. Am I... It's not far up. 3 from Stream Elements. I don't see it. That's so weird. I can't... It's not on my YouTube. Yeah, I'm up 3 from Stream Elements. I don't see it. That is so weird. Yeah, it didn't show up. Maybe YouTube just bugged for me for a hot second. Yeah, there it is. It's not showing up on my it's here on my phone. That's okay. All right. That's the name. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations for winning. All you have to do is send me a message from that account that you just told me. And then tell me I'm Viv from YouTube. And then I'll send you your code for your account. Congratulations. Thanks for winning. Thanks for playing. Congrats to all the winners here today. Celebrating my 100K profit with Tradeify with giving away an account every hour. That's kind of cool. Awesome job. Have top chat on instead of live chat on YouTube Live? I do have top chat on. Some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. Oh, yeah, I do. That's why I didn't see it. Oh, okay. You're right. Thank you, Victor. Victor is good. Victor's a good mod. Thank you, Victor, for your help. What's my Discord name, Matt? ABCD123. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter if the Discord is fake or not. That's the Discord is new or not. If they don't have a Discord, it's fine. If you win the contest, you message me on Discord, I'm gonna get 5 people messaging me telling me that they're the person from stream. So this is my new way of combating the scammers out there. They didn't scam. Viv won fair and square. Good job, Viv. Okay. Yeah. And it's okay if they go make a Discord account. Not everybody has Discord. But it's different if somebody is not who they say they are on stream. We've had a lot of that lately. I'm gonna let the Sulu clones of the world become Viv clones of the world. Top chat fills out too much stuff. It's not a good experience. I didn't realize I had top chat turned on. Mike says, I come to stream for knowledge. Give me an account and I give you a loan. I think that's a good deal. I'll take it. Take you up on it. Araya Thorne, this guy's genius. He streams live amazing music. It's insane. Yeah, I'll check it out. If I had to spin her up, might as well run it again. We can't give away all of our accounts on the first day. With decaying monthly res or decaying resilience, I still didn't take this long trade, even though the universe has literally fed this trade to us all day. I didn't take it this time. Looks like we are pretty solid. $100K static or 25K are almost the same price. What to pick? I would say go with the 25K. The difference between static and that one is that static is a very tight limit, and if you bust, you'll bust on your first trade. Yet the static requires you to be a little more patient and wait for your first trade to be your best trade. The other one gives you a little bit more wiggle room for error, but it comes with trailing drawdown as a punishment if you hold on to a winner for too long. So it kind of depends on how you want to trade. If you're ready to trade tomorrow, static is going to be hard if your position doesn't line up and you're going to bust much quicker. So static is harder on the first day, but easier on the remaining days. The other account is just medium hard on all the days. So it's kind of up to you if you want a very big uphill battle right out the start. That's what makes static the good choice if the markets are cheap, or the accounts are cheap, and the market is stable. It's easier to pass with static. If the market's volatile, avoid static. Or just know you're going to bust them more often. So it's up to you. And the way I'm describing that is that usually, like, relatively, if your starting point is 0 on 2 different accounts, static drawdown is a static drawdown. It doesn't move. And as long as your first trade is good, then your blow up point is just staying put. But on the other account, your drawdown might be there, trailing drawdown. You get much more room out the door, but as you go up, your drawdown follows with you. So to get extra fat right out the door, but it trails with you is the difference. And again, it's kind of to each their own. Static requires you to just wait longer before you make your first trade. And static is easier when you do that. You might blow up more because it's a tighter limit, but if you get lucky on your first trade, then static is great from day 2 or day 3 onward. Is actually static is better day 2 or 3 onward. But because of that, there may be, difference in price. Usually it depends on where you're looking, but those trailing drawdowns tend to be a little bit cheaper. Your static is, your static is actually cheaper. My bad. I said that backwards. Static is usually going to be cheaper because you blow up more. So the rule of thumb is if the accounts are cheaper, it's because you're going to blow them up more, like light for like. So if you put 200Ks next to each other, one's static, one's trailing drawdown, the static ones will likely be cheaper because they're harder. But the trick is you just wait for your ideal setup and then wait a week and then nail it. And then boom, the static account's beautiful. Because what your goal is with any account, like especially with these Tradeifys, is to make so much profit in them that there's no more drawdown. Like I don't have drawdown anymore. I've made so much in each of these accounts that I no longer have drawdown limits. Viv, I just got your message, your friend request. I'll respond to you after the stream. So if you want to choose one or the other and you pick static, you're just going to wait for a good setup. And it might be like, the perfect day or the perfect week. But once you build fat in the account, then you're good. It can afford you a lot more volatility and such. But for a lot of people, that's hard. And the trailing drawdown just gives you a lot more wiggle room to play with. And that's why they're slightly more expensive. But then the trailing drawdown is always your drawdown. You never build buffer in that account. Your drawdown always trails with you. So with the static, you can build a ton of fat in that account so that you can buy yourself some freedom down the road. So I roughly made 50K in my options trade. I'm going to spend tomorrow and next week rolling it out like another month. It would be so crazy, though, if we did hit my target and I missed out on a couple hundred Gs. I just don't feel like it's going to get there that quick. 510 is kind of a stretch. We took too much of a detour. Not too far out, but we could get there. But we have Jay Powell, you know, shifting things up on Wednesday. They're not going to change rates. They're not going to cut rates. I don't know if we're not getting the... It's not a dot plot Wednesday, is it? Yeah. So we're going to get the statement, the decision, everything. Yeah, we're not going to get any forward projection other than press conference. And I'm sure he's going to say the same song and dance, like uncertainty about the tariffs and watching labor market and all that, yada, yada. He always says the same thing every time. Is there an advantage to... So when you're comparing two accounts side by side that are the same type of account, one just more expensive than the other, what you're looking for is when the rules are relatively the same, you're looking for a ratio of the cost per drawdown. So when you're looking at one versus the other, when all other rules are equal, you were saying which one to compare? I think the Tradeify, you said like 25 versus a 50K. So let's do it, right? Cost per drawdown. 25 versus 50K. Remember, we get 30% off of all of these. So let's just pretend that it's an even playing field without the 30% off. 349. Your cost per drawdown. On the straight to funded, this is 1,000. And this is 2,000. So 0.349 versus 0.254, right? So you, for the more expensive one, the cost is lower per drawdown. That makes sense? That's what you're kind of looking for. So the dollar per drawdown goes down. So the amount of money you're paying for the drawdown you'll lose. Now again, drawdown is relative to the position size you're taking. Okay. From your perspective, if you buy a smaller account, you'll trade with a smaller position. But at the end, it's an FP decides fate. Yeah. What is the top setup that you take that has been the most consistent win rate? Liquidity pockets. It's a 90% win rate, and monthly hedge pressure bounces. So liquidity pocket, 90% win rate, hands down. There's not even a close second. Bull zone bottom and bear zone top with DD ratio greater than half. It's trading from bear zone top to bull zone bottom. This right here is my salary right here. This guy, I can scalp 10 points on this 9 out of 10 times. It'll work with the ideal ratio. We've the ideal ratio for like 3 weeks now. Bull zone bottom on a BSU is one of the stronger trades we have as well, with the ratio also in agreement with the stocks being bullish, is very good. And any MHP support on a positive MHP resilience number is also candy trade. But liquidity pockets, hands down, been my unbeatable, consistent favorite trades. Yeah. There's a good trade like that. As it is, we haven't really had any trades like that this week. We're so far peaked into bull territory right now. We don't have liquidity pockets. None of them nearby. We're straight bull zone today. So unfortunately, there isn't an example because we haven't had a good one. But in a normal, this is like a bear market rally that we're in right now. In a normal bull market, when you have like inverted, when instead of it being D, it's U and the blue's on top of the orange, you usually get liquidity pockets nearby. And they're nice, balanced, stable, flat market. Easy. Yeah. There will be a ton of them, trust me. What kept me out of the MHP long midday? The DD band is right there. So I could have taken it, but I've already traded a significant amount of trades today. And while DD band was there, I didn't really have an upper target to get good R&R off of. This is a decent potential setup for continuing long. But what's my pup's name? Pickle. Pickle after the pickle. Yes, after because he's a dachshund. We needed something that was like wiener shaped, but wasn't wiener. People name their wiener dogs like Oscar Mayer, you know, goofy stuff like that, but nobody does pickle. So what kept me out of the MHP long midday was just because we breached DD band at the top, and then it was like, once I hit DD band, I don't necessarily get excited about longing any further. The R&R is just not there. Here to the band is like DD band is like literally right here where my mouse is. It's right there. So there isn't a lot of wiggle room. That's a good idea, Ghost. Have you ever tried printing tomorrow's predicted monthly map on the overnight chart? Never thought about doing that. Kind of a cool idea. Plus, I also have a suspicion that the market's not going to rally really big leading into Apple and Amazon earnings. They're going to be very sensitive to tariff stuff. Right? Meta and Microsoft might have been, you know, blowouts. Great, but they're not have the sensitivity to the tariffs. They could come out a little worse than expected. I hope they don't, but they could. So, you know, risk off right now, and also part of the reason why I did close out the majority of my options position, so I can roll it forward. I have a runner just in case it goes, but like I need to roll out further in time just in case we have a little bit extra, you know, shit volatility from those two. And then we have Powell speaking on Wednesday, which is not going to do anything, not going to change anything, but the market is looking for any reason to hint at something. And Powell's probably going to piss everyone off if he says something along the lines of, you know, we're not really going to touch interest rates for a while. The market's going to hate hearing that. Market right now is desperate for good news, and it's still kind of like pissy when bad news comes out. So as yesterday told you, right, the market's going to overshoot and dip pretty quick on bad GDP numbers. So Powell comes through and just says anything along the lines of, yeah, we're probably not going to be cutting rates anytime soon. Market's probably going to hate that. It's going to force my long trade to need a few extra weeks, I feel. Pause or cut. Yeah, like probably, you know, if I were to guess, I don't think we get rate cuts at all this year. People are asking me like when I thought we'd get rate cuts, and then a couple months back, people are like projecting futures say we're going to cut in April and we're going to cut in May. We're not going to cut. December maybe. I mean, I don't think we're going to any rate cuts this year. Powell's not going to touch the market at all with tariffs on the forefront. Last thing we want is to be cutting interest rates while Trump is taxing the world. That'll cause massive inflation. So, you know, Powell's going to avoid a hyperinflation potential and not at all touch interest rates, which is a smart thing to do. So Wall Street's a little over happy if they think we're going to get a rate cut this year. I don't think, even though the dot plot projected we get 2, I've since projected, since the tariffs are on the table, as long as they're on the table, we're going to get 0. So if the tariff system goes away, Powell might be more eager to cut rates maybe once this year, maybe twice if we're lucky. The dot plot stated most of the Fed participants believe that 2 is appropriate. But tariffs will add to the inflation, which means we have 0 rate cuts. And that's really what's going to happen. Chop season, yeah, probably so. I'm going to trade days like FOMC. I always trade FOMC, but I don't trade into it. I trade after it. I let the FOMC, terrible news, which is expected news again, just like the GDP. Powell's going to piss everyone off. The market's going to tank really quick. It's going to hit a rock solid support. I'm going to load up on my calls again. I'm going to load up on my futures, whatever pivot we land on. Yeah. You said the same, Victor, no rate cuts till the end of the year. Yeah. Probably not. Do I make more money in other businesses, or is trading your primary? That's a good question. I honestly, I know this is going to sound really bad, but I make so much money, I don't even know how much I make or where it all goes. I'm at the point where I lose track of it, and I need to sit down. I've been telling IDOC this. We're like, we kind of need to make a spreadsheet to figure out if we're wasting money, because it just kind of seems to just be all over the place. And are we being efficient with it? Have we bought too much stuff? We're not paying attention to it. It kind of sucks. Like it's like, I wonder, like, am I wasting $10,000 a month or hundreds of $1,000s a month or a year? Or like, where's all my money going? Because I've got, you know, so many revenue streams coming through. They all do well. You know, trading is a very lucrative thing. Rocket Scooter is a lucrative thing. The marketplace is a lucrative thing. Affiliates a lucrative thing. The businesses we invest in, lucrative thing. But I say trading is one of my bigger income streams for sure. One of the biggest, yeah. Do I trade? Yeah, I'm trading. Well, I just did a challenge where I made $100,000 profit with a prop firm. So today we're celebrating my $100,000 profit victory by making $11,000 more. Top right of the screen. That's today's trades. But I'm done for the day, so I'm not doing any more trades. Tax season must suck. Well, this year's tax season is going to suck because, you know, all the affiliate relationships I have now added a dozen more revenue streams to track. So yeah, I got my personal trading. It's probably one of the bigger incomes that I do have in general, my personal trading. I think Rocket Scooter makes more. It definitely makes a lot. I think it makes more now than my trading does. The affiliate makes more money than all of that. Affiliate is ridiculous money. But it's kind of like there's just so many streams, even the little ones. Like I get checks from YouTube, I get checks from Twitter, I get like money that just kind of deposits left and right from different things, and I forget that I have it. Do I usually still trade when you're on a show, or should I not trust you tomorrow? Wait, do I usually still trade when you're on a show? I do. I think I trade. I don't know. It's my first time to figure out if like my nerves get the best of me or something. I've done enough shows where I don't feel like I get nervous anymore. I've done too many shows and podcasts, but this is a whole new audience, and these people probably won't know who I am. So it'll be fun to just. So tomorrow I'm gonna be on the My Funded Futures trading show. What he's talking about. So maybe I don't shit the bed tomorrow. We'll see. How do you use the indicator resilience? It's a tiebreaker for the index and futures levels. So resilience is telling what the stocks are doing. We are at this orange line here. If you're at the pivot on the orange line, I go down here and I look at the orange here. If the orange is above 0, it's more likely to pass through it than reject it. So it's a tiebreaker. So let me draw some colored arrows so it makes a lot of sense. Each one of the lines on my screen tracks what the stocks are doing underneath it. That's the beautiful thing of Rocket Scooter. The blue line is above 0, then blue line is going to be support, as you've seen all day. Okay. The orange line is greater than 0. The orange line is going to be support, as we've seen all day. And the white line above 0. The white box is support and the middle is support, as we've seen all day today. So when you add it all up, the market is going to be supporting at all of these places. There's a pivot from here, there's a pivot from here, there's a pivot from here. And all day long, the pivots have been playing the same game along with these arrows. So it's telling you the stocks are breaking through their own respective areas. And if you're trading the futures, for instance, you want to know what the sum of the stocks are doing, and that's how you use it. Such a beautiful, simple way to see what all the stocks are doing in a single bite. Make sure you wear my headband. Okay. Perfect. How long did it take me to become consistently profitable? Like 5 years, maybe. Like the 5th year is when I stopped working for a living. It took it full time. So somewhere before 5 years, but about that long, 4 or 5 years. To where I consider myself consistent enough to do this real time. So for me, it took me a long time, but I didn't have teachers. There wasn't YouTube, you know, in the early 2000s. You know, so it was harder. It was like a self-discovery journey. You on your 4 makes you feel good? Yeah, it takes a long time. The bigger the ego you have, the longer it takes. And I have a huge ego, so that was tough for me to get consistent. And then once I got consistent, each year that goes by, I've been like, this year, phenomenal. Like I've been trading so well this year. Last year I traded very well. The year before I traded very well, but this year is like phenomenal. Despite the circumstances of the market crashing, I have been on fire with my strategy and style, where I feel like I'm trading the best that I ever have. So once you get consistent and you keep exploring, it gets better, hopefully. Rounding out the little things. Yeah, it's basically where you are. Like the last part, the part you get before you are profitable is the part where you're not losing money. Like your first goal is to not lose money anymore. If you're breaking even, you're like one step away. That's it. Breaking even is the biggest hurdle. If you can survive in the market without losing money, you will ultimately make money. Most people lose because they can't survive. Anybody can make money and lose it. Very few people can survive. And that's your first goal. So if you can survive, then you good. Makes you feel not as bad for still working on consistency a year in. Yeah, you newer traders are spoiled as shit. A year in and people are like, I think I'm going to give up trading. I tried it for like 6 months. It's not for me. I'm like, man, put in half a decade and then come back to me. It's like school, man. You guys got it. It's hilarious. I love it. It's like the millennial, you know, that I am is different than the Generation Z and Alphas. After 3 or 4 months, like, I don't know if this is working out for me. No, man. It's just like being a doctor. You got to put in your 5 to 10 years. You're going to learn a skill set. You're going to practicing good at it. So don't even worry. If you're on year 1, hopefully you feel better. The best prop firm, CJ, MyFund and Tradeify are 2 of the best. We got codes for both of those. Those guys are amazing. We just started working with Funded Next. I recommend them as well. And then Take Profit. Those are like basically, you know, all the ones we work with are the top ones. We don't work with the crummy ones. Having a mentor teacher as an accelerator, that is helpful. You guys have someone like me, you know, telling you guys the wisdoms I've picked up, and hopefully that's helpful. I didn't have that when I started out trading. You go on YouTube as fucking Ross Cameron, okay? This kid was pumping and dumping penny stocks. You gonna learn anything from that guy? Jason Bond and all those guys. Y'all remember them? Trade on the weekends, baby. Tim Sykes. You gonna learn anything from any of these people? That was the YouTube when I started trading full time. You're gonna learn something from Tim Sykes. You're gonna learn how to rip your own hair out. These were your original trading gurus, your penny stock pump and dumpers. So I didn't have YouTube mentors at the time. It would have been nice though. How are we able to beat Take Profits intraday drawdown? Gonna find a good strat to beat it. I don't use anything with intraday drawdown. That's my take on it. I don't use that. The way that you do use it is that you trade strictly one strike distance on QQQ and SPY, which is equivalently S&P 10 points, NASDAQ 40 points. Get your 10 points and immediately close. Get your 40 points, immediately close. Don't try to hold a runner for further. Get your one strike scalp, get out of the way. So you're scalping your way forward with trailing drawdown. You have to take a bunch of smaller base hits. Don't try to ride something for 300 points in NASDAQ. Don't try to take something for 50 points in S&P. Get your 10, get your 40, and then cut it. And that's the way that I beat trailing drawdown. It works very well. Like today, you got 10-point rips and SPY all day long. Take your 10 and close. Take your 10 and close. Don't ride up and then let it ride down and then close. You're going to be so close to blow up at that point. So the market moves in these discrete intervals. Take the interval and close. In and out, in and out, in and out, like that. That should hopefully help you, CJ. What? That's so nice. Everyone's dreams, maybe? Yeah. I do want to go to the pool today. Hedge pressure is tapping like a 10th time today. Aaron's about 2 years in, big loss in options, done with options besides leaps and taking advantage of big drops like the tariff thing. Same as me, Aaron. I tried my hand at day trading options just for fun. Make a whole lot of money on a streak, lose it all, picking the wrong date, and then you're just like, fuck options. That's what I was like. And I only touch options now on big dips like the tariff thing where I can swing out 2 or 3 months and double my money or quadruple my money if I can. Pool, boat, or trying to decide. You got a boat, go out on the boat, dude. Today feels like a boat day. If I had a boat, I would go on a boat. Which account do I recommend on the ETF? You've never tried them? ETF is really good end of the day drawdown accounts. That's their best product. They're slightly more expensive, but end of the day drawdown is the easiest one to beat. Worst decision ever, sold your crypto to finance your options. Oof. Oof, double oof. Options day trading is a pain in the ass. Options day trading is a quick way to the poorhouse, dude. Options is so hard. If you don't understand when you day trade options, you're day trading like 3 things at once. It's like when you day trade futures, you're just picking up or down, all right? And I get the direction right. That's it. Options is day trading. Did I get the direction right? And I'm also trading where price goes. I'm trading time on how long it takes to get there. And I'm trading the choppiness of how it gets there. Like where it goes, how it gets there, how long it takes to get there. All 3 of those parameters are wrapped up in a day trade in options. If futures go from A to B, it doesn't matter if futures go like this and go here, or futures go like this and go there, or futures just go there. Your profit is the same every time in futures, which is awesome. In options, each one of these profits will be completely different. Depending on all those parameters. So options, it's cruel as shit to you. Because you're going to have to guess the time, which is why I close my options out with a 100% profit for the most part. Right now, because I think I'm going to run out of time before I get there, which means I'm going to risk losing everything. So I actually took a significant portion of my options trade today as profit, the one I bought the dip on. I'm going to wait a week or 2 and roll it out another month. With options, if you don't time it right, you lose. And you can get the direction right. The market's been going up every day, every day, every day. And I finally didn't turn profit. My options trade didn't even turn green until a week ago. And it's been rallying ever since. I lost so much on the theta. My options position was down like 60% on the theta to ultimately make 100%. Big swing options trades, that's kind of what you deal with. While you're burning your theta, you're just pumping more money into it, hoping that you're right. And then once the delta kicks in and starts rewarding you, then you offset your losses. So options is so hard to trade, man. 0 DTE is better for day trading. Most of the Greeks are just kind of baked out of it at that point. You're strictly just trading off a delta. Your theta will crush at the very last couple minutes of the day once it's not in the money. But if you want to day trade options, you need to trade near-term options, and that's it. Like in and out. Risk is fixed. I want to swing QQQ calls today, or on a day trade QQQ calls. Let me buy some 0 days. I'm going to risk $1,000 to make 3. So if you lose the whole 1,000, and it's fixed. You're good. But you don't have to deal with the complexity of the Greeks. You're just basically trading direction. And if you're wrong, you lose it all. So then just limit how much you buy. You want to risk $300 today? Okay, let me put $300. Maybe I'll make 900 if I'm right, lose 300 if I'm wrong. But it's, again, you have to lower your risk significantly, because if you're wrong that day, then you're wrong. But in a day trade, you're only in and out that day anyways. In a swing trade, you have to get the timing right over a course of time, which is much harder. So when you're swing trading options, you got to aim in the future at the right date, which is what makes it a lot harder. But when you're trading like a 0-day option, you don't really have to aim at any date. And so it kind of removes that from your decision maker. It's an all or nothing trade. So when I'm day trading, I will day trade like today or the next day expiring options. So an example with SPY, I want to day trade SPY options. I would be buying that morning, like an example. And again, it just depends on the circumstance. But an example is, say that the market lands at 482.5 right here. And I went along with an option betting that we go to 485. So right here, I would buy 485 calls. And right when I approach to it and delta equals half, and I basically make 4x my money, I close out and I'm done. And then just basically that's it. Once the option strikes in the money or at the money, I close out, or even near the money sometimes, because it's going to rapidly decay the longer it hangs at the strike price, because theta decay is the highest at the money. So if I bought 485 options, for instance, the minute it hits 485, that theta is burning quicker. So I'm going to take the profit right there at the spike. Now, if my pivot was like 485 and a half, then I would buy 485. That way I strike in the money before the pivot. That's how I did it. And it actually works very well if you have rock solid pivots. But when you start trying to like swing trade options weeks at a time, it becomes very complex because of the way IV works, and the way theta works is more prominently seen over periods of time. So options is just really hard. You've done some SPX lottos that hit pretty good. Pretty nice. How much did I lose in those 4 or 5 years? Hundreds of thousands, I'm sure. In my first 5 years of trading, not bad. I would count at least 6 figures for sure. I was an engineer, and I would take, I would put 10, 20K into a trading account, make some money, then lose it all. Put 10 or 15 in, make some money, keep some, put some money and lose it all. Now it's taking like 10 or 20K chunks every couple months and throwing it at the market. I don't want to add it up. I don't want to know. But, I wasn't like a millionaire either in my young 20s. I was, I was making like 120 to like 180,000 a year at my engineering jobs, depending on which ones I was doing. And I was working contract at the later part of it before I quit to go trading full time. And contract work, they're paying a boatload of money because you're not getting benefits or anything. You're just on 1099. So you would usually make a whole lot of money. And I would get a whole lot of extra money every month. I'd have like 10K play money every month and just throw it in the market. Last 10 minutes of RTH often moves, so it's 50-50 up or down. Ever found a way to predict the last 10 minutes will be head up or down? Kiter, there's zero way to predict it. Because the last 10 minutes is the MOC process. So what happens in the MOC process is that you have to submit orders to market makers up to that window of 10 minutes before market closes. And so what actually happens is the dealers are collecting everybody's market on close orders, which basically is saying, I want to buy or sell this thing at close at whatever the closing price is. And the dealer collects everybody's buy orders and everybody's sell orders, and then they know that information, and then that's it. And then once the cutoff happens, then the dealer is trying to find out what that price is based on that order distribution that's given to them up to that cutoff, as well as the current bid and ask distribution and the last minute orders coming in to exercise the options that people want to exercise. So all of that together leads to that momentum and movement, which is why 10 minutes before market closes, there's a spike in volume at 10 minutes. That's because the dealer is now, like, the plane is in air, and then at 10 minutes is when the plane goes into descent. They're trying to find the most liquid spot for all those mechanics. The MOC order imbalance, the dealer's own imbalance, the last minute exercising of options, which is going to be a big buy or sell flurry. There was absolutely zero way to predict any of it, except for maybe the order flow if you could, but this part is not visible to you. And it's not visible to anybody but the dealer. So there would be zero way for us to build a solution to forecast what the order imbalance is. If you knew that there was 10 times the amount of buy order than sell order at MOC, you could guess that it can go up if you knew that. The dealer knows that, so they're trying to raise price to find a liquid spot. But as the dealer is raising price, it may trigger further buying or selling because of the options now go in and out of the money. So dealers trying to drive the boat without causing any additional volatility, trying to settle out all these orders and finding a good spot for them to take the offset. Because the buying outpaces the selling, the remainder is what the dealer has to take. These are all buys and these are all sells, and the dealer has to short to the rest of the buyers. And so they're gonna have to pick a place they want to short from. And so if they're selling to the market, they're gonna raise the price and be the seller. But as they're raising price, more buyers will step in, which means they gotta sell even harder. So they kind of have to drive it in a weird way. So there'd be kind of a hard way to predict those last 10 minutes without having this piece of information. And unfortunately, these are all large investment firms submitting orders to the dealers, and then nobody sees them but them. So we would never be able to know. That would be fantastic, because if I knew that piece of information, I could write a little seesaw indicator that tells you this is tilting bullish or bearish. Similar, Victor lost multiple six figures. What do you do for health insurance as a day trader? I buy health insurance straight up from Blue Cross Blue Shield. I just go to their website and I enrolled and bought it. It's expensive, you know. You're gonna run you, like, depending on what kind of plan you get, you know, $300 to $1,500 a month, whatever insurances you need for you, for your family. You know, it costs you, imagine, like $1,000 a month, give or take, on average, for if you want dental and vision and health and all that stuff. And you have kids and dependents, you can be buying your own insurance. It can be expensive. Traded by pays on 1099, so it's taxed like it's 50%. So if you're paying on 1099, it's taxed like it's income. So income peaks at 37%. So JDub, it adds to your income. So if you're at the 25% tax bracket, it adds on top of that. So it might be taxed at 25, 27. If you've maxed out on your income and you're now in the highest tier, it's taxed at the highest tier. So investment returns add to your, what is it, your line 42 or whatever the line is, that your total return that you're taxed on, or your total amount, it's considered revenue. So it's added, or wage revenue, it's added to that bottom line. So it's not all taxed at the same amount. It's taxed in the brackets. So whatever your bracket is. So if you have brackets here, here, and here, and your income has brought you to here, right? I'm just going to make up numbers because I don't even know the tax brackets. So I'm just going to put some random numbers here. Okay. And then your trading gains from 1099, add on top of that. Then this portion was taxed at 27. This portion was taxed at 30. And then all of your income was taxed at 25 and 27, if that makes sense. So it stacks on top and pushes you through the tiers. So on average, most working adults will be at the higher end of the tax bracket, like the mid to high 30s for the most part. So you can just estimate that your taxes are going to be between 30 and 37%, give or take. But you would know that answer, Jada, based on what you make. Would it be cheaper to trade through Rocket Scooter as a company? I do hear that there are tax benefits for people to trade through S-Corps and stuff. I personally have never explored it. There's a lot of extra things you got to do. And then you have to pay yourself a consistent salary, but then you're not taxed on everything all at once. And the idea is to negate some of the tax liability now and pay it off smaller over time to lower your tax burden every year. But the problem is I'm not sure if that would benefit me. I make so much money. And the majority of my money is not from trading. Trading is one of the biggest things I do. I have 16 streams of revenue. So when you add up the other 15, they well exceed trading. So it's like, to save a little bit of taxes on trading would be pennies in the bucket for me. As Aaron says, marginal tax brackets, not all same tax at the same level. Only what's between these levels. Yeah, what I was drawing right here. So what Aaron's saying is the taxes, don't just say 50%. You think of what the highest tax bracket is, and if you're there, then that's the maximum it will be. But you'll know what your own tax burden is right there. Your payouts are to your LLC, and you're able to deduct all costs. Yeah, so your payouts, anything prop firm related, you can deduct all of that as a business expense. So it doesn't even have to be traded as an LLC. Your actual entity and tax entity is not the same thing. You can be taxed because all LLC is sent as a pass-through to you anyways. You can claim business expense just on yourself personally to any one of your businesses. So you can file as a sole proprietor, even as an LLC. Like the tax filing is different than your actual business filing. So anybody that does prop firms need to be writing that off as business expenses, all you guys. It's considered a job to make 1099 profits. So anything that you spend on prop firms, again, this is advice to all you guys. Anything you spend on prop firms, any reset fee, any data feeds, anything you pay to Rocket Scooter is education towards your job. It's 1099 you're getting paid. Therefore, you have a second job. Therefore, every expense that goes in that job is tax deductible. Pass through the LLC straight to you. Pass it all through. Computers, mice, your fucking boot camp. It's all, write it all off because that is all an expense for your new job as a prop firm trader. Computers, cell phone, electricity, all of it. Once you start day trading in prop firms, you guys, you can start writing off your entire life like you got a business. Anything. Yeah, you trade on your phone, you use the internet, you have a trading computer. Tax deductions, yeah. The best part of it is that you're paid 1099. It's a loophole that they do to pay you. You're considered a, what is it? A financial, or you're providing market data. You're a research analyst. You're like an analyst for this company. Your trading is market research for them. They're paying you for your market research. That's how you get paid to trade. So therefore, you all have a second job. If you didn't realize this, make sure you tell your accountant that. Everything, including your Rocket Scooter, because this is education. This is school for your job. You can write it all off. All of it. You're a consultant. That's what it is. Yeah, a consultant and a contractor. So everyone understands, write every single expense that you can off against your prop firm trading, because you are paying to, it's like buying a work uniform. It's like buying your uniform to wait tables. You are buying your evals. You're buying your resets. This is money you have to put into this business to get a paycheck. Any advice on accepting a red trading day? Is to trade small enough that you don't need the money and it doesn't hurt. That's the easiest way to do it. If the red trading day hurts, then you're trading too big. It's kind of like when you're trying to become a boxer. Okay, you're not gonna get Mike Tyson to jab you in the ribs to see if you can take a punch. You're gonna get somebody smaller to hit you, and then once you get used to that, then somebody bigger hit you, and somebody bigger hit you, and you build up a tolerance to getting hit. So the trick is when you take a red day and it hurts, you're too big. Make it small to where it doesn't hurt and you get used to that size loss, and then make it slightly bigger and then slightly bigger and slightly bigger. And with trading, it's about the patience you have with the loss that you take. If you take $100 this day and $1,000 the next day and $500 and you lose 40K in a day, you're going to have a hard time dealing with the ups and downs. I've been trading long enough to where if I lose $1,000, I don't even think. It's such a common day. If I lose $5,000, I don't even think. If I lose $10,000, I don't even think, because I built up a tolerance for that amount of money. Now, if I'm randomly trading and I blow up $240,000 in a single day, that's gonna hurt. I don't normally trade that big, right? So the point is that whatever your tolerance is, you need to build up a tolerance. It's just like drinking or smoking or anything. The more you do it, the more tolerance you have and the more you can do before you feel anything. And you want to make sure you're not overwhelmed by emotions, which is the problem you're battling with. And that's the best advice you'll ever get for that, I promise. Careful though, it's supposed to be bifurcate all that crap. Personal business like the internet, a red flag, the IRS, easier to justify with an actual LLC. This is correct. So case in point number 2, you all go make an LLC and call it Zero Sum Cat Trading LLC, ENU Trading LLC, Matt Hooks Trading LLC. And you run all this stuff through your LLC, which is a trading consulting business. And you've got all the evidence and paper trail in the world that you're a subcontractor to a prop firm, and you receive tax documents from them, and you're on their payroll, and you make money. You pass it all through to your LLC, and then pay yourself that money through the LLC, and then you charge it, you write it all off against the business expense. And since it's not a corporation, like corporate taxes that I like pay at Rocket Scooter are different than LLC taxes. If you have an LLC, you're taxed as a sole proprietor anyway. So any pass-through income that's not a write-off is actually taxed at, again, your normal tax rate of whatever your income is, because you don't have partners. So you can't, like with an LLC, you can't divert money like you can in a corporation. Corporation, the business is taxed X amount. It's just it's a flat rate on business income. That's different, but you're not a corporation. So like in a corporation, you pay, like a corporation will pay me a salary and other people's salary and other people's salary. And then the salary is an expense to the company. So the company is only taxed on what's not expense to the company, what's actually income. And business corporation tax is 21% flat. So you're not going to go make a C Corp to divert your taxes. That's not going to work. But what you're going to do is make an LLC so that you're not getting red flagged by charging all this stuff as a business expense when you don't have a business. Everybody I know that's a contractor in this world makes an LLC out of their own name. Everyone I know. Every doctor I know that works contractor at a bunch of different hospitals, they are an LLC that gets paid. They use that so they can write everything off they do. Their lunches, their cars, their everything. The LLC buys all that shit and they rent the car from themselves to get a car tax-free. You know what I'm saying? Everyone does that. If you can contract yourself out, then you got a free ride to make an LLC to write everything off that you buy with that company. PJ has north of 30 LLCs, Jesus. But anyways, I'm not a tax advisor, but I'm just telling you from my experience, this is the stuff everyone I know does. And it's not illegal to do any of that. It's encouraged to do that as a business owner. What happens if your deductions from failed prop firms are greater than the payouts? Well, I mean, think about it. You're writing off an expense. The payouts are taxed as income no matter what. When you're writing off an expense, it just lowers your income. Your bottom line is how much you bring in minus how much goes out. So if whatever you bring in and more goes out, then if you're at less than zero, then there's no tax, right? You're washed. I'm not a tax advisor, but that's kind of how it works. Aaron says it's a wash. Yeah. Take the loss, carry it forward. Yeah, you can carry the loss forward as well. How much does it cost to set up an LLC? As long as you don't care to have an operating agreement or anything, probably like $300 or $400 on LegalZoom. You can do it online. Just go to the easiest and quickest way, if you care to really structure it right, is to hire a business attorney, like corporate attorney, and get them to do all the docs for you. That'll cost you $1,000 maybe with an attorney. As long as you don't have a complex thing, like you don't have partners, you don't need an operating agreement, nothing like that. Attorney is the best way to do it. LegalZoom is an easier way to do it. You just want an LLC, you want to file, register with the state, and just get some quick docs and EIN number. Go to LegalZoom, and it'll cost you like $300 probably. PJ, if you message PJ on Discord, he can hook you up with all the info. Yeah, PJ's the expert at that. So, yeah. Yeah, setting up an LLC is not hard. I've got dozens of them myself, so. Yeah. Or I've had dozens of them over the years. It's not hard to set up at all. It's only complex if you And again, it's good to get an attorney to do it for you, and you explain to them what you're trying to do, and they'll make sure that there's actual verbiage in your operating agreement that kind of lines up with your goals of your company. That way, if you're ever audited by the IRS, it's legit. You're like, yeah, this is a trading consulting business. I work for prop firms, and the operating agreement states that we'll have a certain amount of business. They have a paper trail of the purpose of the business. It always helps you in case anyone ever looks at that and tries to see if you're being truthful or not. Yeah. And of course, a lot of people, when they get their LLC, their goal is to buy a car with the company and then rent the car from themselves, or buy a house with the company and lease the house from themselves. People do this all the time, and get attorneys to set all that stuff up. Hopefully we'll have good tax problems for next year. Hopefully, yeah. Big fan of Zen Business. You have their done for you plan, and it's like $200 a year. You never have to think about it. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. With something as complex as what I do, though, I have attorneys set it up just because we have, shareholders and partners and board of directors and all that stuff. So it's a little bit like requires a little bit more extra hands-on, but it's corporate attorneys. It's not very expensive. Setting up like a S Corp or a C Corp. And even the legal Zooms, I think, have like good advisors that work there. You pay a little extra money to get like a lawyer, an actual lawyer to work on your case to get you set up. For any extra advice you have, they have like people on staff to do that. All right, y'all. I'm still here, but I'm going to get out of here and go to the pool. I love y'all. $11,000 day today.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene.
Oh, that's loud. 11K, 11 something 5, I don't know. 100K goal, Tradeify, done. I'm gonna go to the pool. We'll see y'all at boot camp. Days without bans, Victor. That's gonna change tomorrow though. Bye guys, we'll see y'all at 3 or at 4.
Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross.